Alright, now that we've got ending A out of the way, let's do ending B. Don't worry, I came prepared. Alright, so, Drakengard. Yeah, so I've actually beaten this game. In fact, me and my friends used to do this thing where we would share a game. We'd each kind of play pieces of it and kind of rotate around. I got ending E. I got the thing. I've actually told this story before, because what I did is I had a notebook and a pen, and I made a shorthand, because it never changes. The pattern never changes in the final boss. It's like, okay. And it was basically Morse code, you know, dash, dot, dot, space, dot, dash, dot, space, dot, dash, dot, space, dot, dash, so forth and so on, right? And so what I did was I had the audio on, right? It was a TV, so I didn't have headphones, but I had the audio on, but I wasn't looking at the screen at all. Was not even interacting with the screen. I was just staring at the pad. And this is how I did ending E. So for anybody curious, that method worked for me. I don't know if that works for anybody else. That will not work for Drakengard 3. We're technically in the middle of talking about this, but Yoko Taro is a little bit of a creative troll. And I think this game helps to elevate that. It showcases it. But I do want to go ahead and say something here really quick. For anybody who likes this game, please don't watch this stream. I'm going to be my usual unhesitating self when it comes to shredding a game that I consider to be terrible. I have no idea why I beat this game back in the day. I don't have an answer for that. Because it was something to do, is the only answer I can give there. So this, it is, I don't want to oversell it, but it is possible this game will surpass the most gameplay negatives we've ever given a game. We'll see. We will see. I do have cheats at the ready and accessible, I hope. Haven't really had a chance to test them, for obvious reasons. We'll see. I'm sure we can get some kind of cheats working if we need to. Let's make sure we're on the right thing. Make sure the cheats are off right now, which they are. Yep, okay. And let's go ahead and boot. You gotta give me a minute, because I don't remember the resolution the PS2 was in. Give me a second.
Square Enix.
Yeah, it is pronounced Enix, by the way. I think this is the first time I ever heard anyone say it, though. There we go. It is 4x3. I was right. Yay for guessing. You ever heard of the concept of a bait and switch? We're gonna leave it on easy because I'm not psychotic. Blood on, vibration off, subtitles on, sound to stereo. Turn down the music a little bit. Trust me, you'll thank me for that later.
It is an ancient time, and dragons still roam upon the earth. Two great powers, the Union and the Empire, wage fierce war for the control of a goddess who protects the harmony of the world. In only a short time, the Empire has become powerful beyond reckoning, and now it turns to attack the castle where the Union safeguards the goddess. The world teeters on the brink of chaos. Its fate now lies in the hands of one man.
I mean, that's not a lie. Okay, real talk for a second. For the sake of the prop, I was actually going to get a little flask of vodka. The problem is, you need a liquor store for that, and they were all closed by the time I was driving home. So this is just seltzer water.
It begins.
So there's two primary methods of combat in this game. One is an extremely boring Dynasty Warriors, which we're about to see. You'll see the second later, I'm not going to say it yet. Kidding, Narcid. Oh, yeah, sorry, obligatory Kyrie! Kyrie! So I should probably mention that this game story is toned down quite a bit from the Japanese version. So that's kind of important to note, given what's going to be happening. I should probably also mention something else here. So Square was like, you want to do what with your game? Wait, and you want to do... Huh? And apparently there was a lot of pushback between Yoko and the Square executives about how the game was going to be constructed and what was allowed in the game and blah, 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 blah. Yoko apparently found it very creatively stifling and legitimately considered not actually continuing to develop games after this. This is part of why Drakengard 2 had a different director, where they deliberately tried to turn things to be a little more JRPG-y and a little less Yoko Taro-y. Now, I've played Drakengard 2. I don't know if I'd say it's worse. It's probably worse on a narrative perspective. It's a better game, but I mean, that's just whatever. That's just experience at that point. Because the people making the game here had no idea what they were doing. No offense intended. But it would be like if I was something like, alright, Justin, make a video game right now. And Justin's like, Anyways, Kaim and his Union soldiers battled towards the castle to protect Furie, goddess of the seals, and Kaim's only sister. The Empire murdered Kaim's parents and destroyed his kingdom, and now it assaults the very castle where his sister is safeguarded. With revenge cold in his heart, Kaim hurls himself into the armed empire. Do I have any weapons at all? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Okay. Just checking. here's our controls.
The Empire has surrounded the castle.
There we go. They're terrible. The odds that this will have a negative to gameplay is pretty much guaranteed. Because the controls are awful. It's hard to properly explain how terrible the controls are. So I'm going to try here. Hang on. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Of course, you can't see what I'm saying. The biggest thing is probably our sister, but, you know.
Attack!
Hang on, hang on. So here's our camera control. It's terrible, of course. My favorite part about the camera control is if you dodge, it takes camera control away from you. Look at that.
Your sister, I mean the goddess Furiae, is in the castle.
Ugh. So I'm gonna try very hard to not actually use the camera button at all, or the camera analog, because that's not gonna be a good thing. It's also probably worth noting that the dash attack is one of the better attacks. How do you dash? Well, you have to walk in a line for a bit. Hang on. So obviously magic is superior. Insert Farscape joke here. So it's hard to properly explain what's wrong with what I was just doing. If you're not on the controller. If you've played this game before, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. I can talk. The attacks need to be comboed. If you tap the button to combo, they don't. There's like an inconsistency to it. Effectively, what you have to do is you have to hold down the button. But you need to not hold it down for too long, because if you just hold down the button, this is what happens. So you have to hold down, release, in rapid succession to get the comboing in. At least with the weapon I currently have equipped. Don't worry, there's much worse weapons, because there's a lot of different weapon types in this game. So if you wonder why I'm failing at comboing, that's why. So, negative to controls. I can't imagine that's not going to be a negative. I'm probably going to argue for a separate negative for camera. Because the camera is terrible. In my experience, the best way to play this game, from memory, is to just kind of know where you're facing, either based on the minimap or just memory, and use that instead of a camera. Just kind of knowing that this guy is to your left, you know, and guessing as you move to the left. That kind of thing. Oh yeah, this is the music, by the way. This is another thing I should mention. Whenever you cast a spell, it takes camera away from you like that. So it's basically the aim button.
Lord Inuart is with the goddess.
Oh, that's good to know. That's a good damn question, Mr. Ed. Honestly, I don't know yet. I'm going to peruse the options on YouTube, because I can't think of a single good song in this game off the top of my head. I'm sure there's one somewhere I could work with something, but yeah. God, I need to do chord assist for the Dragon Warriors. That just occurred to me. I haven't had time. I should just use this track. I'll just make accordance of this song. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and pause here. So, negative for controls, negative for camera, possible negative for music. Let's just get this out of the way. Boom, boom. Boom. There we go. And yeah, just leave it as is. See if anybody actually notices. Alright, that's everyone, I think. Is it? Nope, that's the wrong button. Is it this button? No. Yep, there's two more in there. It's okay, Jazzy Too Good. I understand. I know the feeling quite well. When Kime's weapon flashes, flash the magic button.
Empire rats, you shall feed the ravens.
Hey, Kaima's a voice actor. I kind of forgot about that, actually. Stop running, you coward. Damn it.
The castle's under attack! Please help us!
Sorry. Can't do it. I'm a psychopath. Anyone's an idiot.
Within the castle walls. Your sister, I mean her ladyship, the goddess.
You like repeating lines, right? By the way, look at how many enemies are on the world. You see all those enemies? Okay? Now, I want you to realize that there are certain maps where kill all enemies is the objective. Just put that into your mind there.
Soldiers have caught a dragon. The Castle Bailey.
Yeah, this game is so not a story. Like, I'm not really being facetious about that. There's no sense in half of it. And there's just a disconnect. I don't know how to describe it. There's a disconnect. It's like playing Super Mario Brothers while someone recites Shakespeare in the background. It's bizarre. It's part of the kitsch. It's part of why it took off. But for me, I was just mostly confused when I was playing this back in the day. What? Aimed badly. A proper remake of this game would be interesting. Since, I mean, it is possible to make Dynasty Warrior style gameplay fun. I've seen it. I've played several. I've played 2, I think, at this point in my life. Yeah, 2. Hyrule Warriors 1, because I haven't played 2. And Sengoku Basara 3. How you liking this music? Remember why I turned it down.
Protect Furiai.
Must protect sister. Must have sex with sister. Wait, it's the other way around. Right, my bad. No, seriously, she really wants to have sex with us. So, there's one of our new weapons. Sure, we'll try it out. Also get an explanation for it. The attack strength, the sharpness, the reach, the weight, the material. I don't remember how much of this actually matters, to be completely honest, but I want to point out the thing at the very bottom of that. Do you see that? So, in order to get the final ending, you have to get so many kills with a weapon in order to level the weapon, and you have to do that for every weapon. That was 150 kills for that one, if you weren't paying attention there. Oh yeah, this is probably a good time to look up the button for save state. It might come up. It's a dragon!
A dragon.
Oh, there's more than one level. We'll see, Jazzy Too Good.
Kill me if you desire, but you can never dirty my soul, wretched human.
Tell me, do you still want to live, dragon?
What?
A pact! There's no other way!
What makes you worthy of a pact with me?
Worthy or not, I wish to live. Despise me if you will, but I shall not die. Your answer, a pact or death?
Yes, I know the audio skipping. Inside the castle, Chaim finds before him a dragon, the proud beast cruelly fettered. His parents were murdered by a dragon. Oh, okay. But Chaim knows that a pact will give him the power he needs to battle the Empire, and the dragon knows only a pact can save its life. So, she should have probably chosen death.
You interrupt us! Go back to hell,
Yeah,
hyenas!
right. So this is a bit of a better weapon. Thank you. I was just wondering, how do I swap? You gonna let me swap? There we go. That's how we swap. Okay. That's level Bonebreaker. Now, what I don't remember off the top of my head is if magic kills with a weapon equipped count towards kills. No, he's in love with his sister. Wait, no, he's not. Right, I keep forgetting. It's the other way around. By the way, same song.
Come now, taste the steel of my sword.
I mean, if you pay attention, you can tell it's not actually a 30-second loop. But man, it's a well-designed song to sound like a 30-second loop. This thing is easier to use than the sword, thankfully. Unfortunately, again, you have to level the sword if you want to get all the endings, because screw you.
Killed my parents.
Hello, Asmus. It has a better swing arc, and it has a bit more of a knockback, as you can see by the fact that I'm just juggling this guy. Hey, dude! Unfortunately, the juggle attacks don't do all that much damage. And yeah, don't worry, we'll talk about the Watchers later. We've actually already talked about the Watchers if you watched our Nier Automata run, but we will talk about the Watchers here too, don't worry. I mean, I could try to do accordance of this track. I don't know what I'd do with it. Maybe turn it into total nonsense like I did with the Dungeon Man theme. Just try to make a mathematical accordance. Oh yeah, by the way, some of these missions are timed. And by some, I mean all, and in some cases that timer actually matters.
I shall not die.
Yeah, the Watchers should stop existing, and the gods that they work for. Really. We said this during Nier Automata, but this entire setting would be so much better off if they were just out of existence. It's right there, Shikor. Can't you see it? All you have to do is pause the game in order to go see the timer. I did miss something. Love that render radius, by the way. There's soldiers. Look at that render radius. That's got to be 30 feet. stop? I'm busy killing your buddy. Like, it's rare I'd give a game... In fact, I don't think I've ever.
Like all.
Damn right, I'm all about the killing, because this is a Yokotaro game. Death to all. Anyways, I don't think we've ever run into a game where we've given a negative for render radius. But... this might qualify, because that is a terrible render radius.
Still alive. You're blessed by the devil's luck.
Yeah.
Packed with you.
In fact, I'm just going to jot that down as a potential. So we've got render radius. That's actually, you know what? You're right, Hazardous. We do have precedence for rating a radius. A render radius. Oh my god. We might actually come up with a gameplay positive. I'm going to be 100% honest. I can only think of by memory one thing that might qualify as a gameplay positive in this game. We'll see. We'll see. I don't like to decide in advance, but by memory, there's just the one.
Now, your answer.
A pact or death. We are united by our need to live.
Well,
Yes, a pact.
I wonder how they, you know... Let me just rip out my soul here. Now that's a weird setting, where you can literally just physically reach into your soul and rip it out. Physically. It is much easier to sell your soul when you can physically rip it out, yeah. That's true. I can't argue that. So, there's one other game mode.
they attack from the sky.
Oh god, I forgot how this controlled.
You take to the sky.
Oh, I forgot how this controlled. Oh, no! Okay, hang on.
They are aiming for us. Evade them.
Oh, that's awful! No! No, this was gonna be a gameplay positive. Oh, Jesus! Look at that. Can you tell? Can you see what I'm going through?
Hold my neck tightly. We shall burn them to ash, one by one. No human mortal is a match for my crimson wings. Fools.
This is the gameplay positive I was hypotheticalizing here earlier. No, they're not reversed, they're just... God, it's like your controls themselves are coated in grease, and you're doing it on ice. Oh yeah, you're gonna see a lot of this when we get to the aerial boss fights, by the way. This is gonna be most of the aerial boss fights, right here. It's just mashing this button. Over and over and over. Just non-stop. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get used to this, but there goes my automatic gameplay positive I was theorizing. Silly me! Should've known better.
Persistent insects.
Come on. So it's probably worth noting, this was originally intended to be the primary, if not sole, gameplay model of the game. And it shows. Because while this is... it is still so much better in literally every single way than the ground combat, and more to the point, is actually designed, whereas the ground combat is clearly tacked on. Like, the ground combat, I can't describe it. You'll see. The ground combat is someone saying, oh, okay, here's 700 enemies, 3 boss types, and some vague objectives. Guess which one gets the majority of the percentage of playtime in this game? Now, I've heard a rumor, never actually was able to confirm or deny this one, that the reason for adding the Dynasty Warriors stuff was specifically because the game was too short. And, well, we need to pad out games because that's how we've been doing things since, the 70s. So...
Humans are a race to be pitied.
So the idea it being that they wanted the game to be longer, so they added the ground combat and pretty much the end. I mean, I'm actually kind of with you, Rax. Even though this is just kind of slippery whatever, to be completely honest, if the ground combat wasn't in this game, this pile of negatives might not be as terrible as it's probably going to be. Because we haven't even gotten to the padding or the grind yet. We're just talking core mechanics right now. Oh, right. Let me update the HUD. Sorry, we're up to 4 up. 2 up. With the strength of the dragon, Kaim is able to destroy wave after wave of their own men. But as they battle, gargoyles and mighty flying warships draw closer to Furier's castle. Yeah, we're on stage 3 now.
There are still more of them.
Also true, Jesse's Mask. If this was the only combat, they could have actually spent time processing it and improving it rather than, spend development time on the garbage. Yeah, maybe we should look into Japan. Maybe they got something going on that we need to know about. Oh yeah, the Empire just has massive armadas of flying ships and cubes, and don't worry about it. Where did they get the... Don't. But how did they... No, you're thinking too much. They just have these things. It's just a thing. They're the bad guys, okay? They have them. Ignore that sound. I don't have time to mute myself right now. A little busy. Yeah, the Empire signed the shoot-'em-up contract, exactly. Oh yeah, here's our camera control. Camera control! Yeah, let's ignore the gargantuan army of soulless zombies, which they don't even explain in this game at all. That's explained in the later games. The Red Eyes. If you remember, the Red Eyes even made an appearance in Automata. So that's auto-turn, by the way. Someone referenced that earlier. That's how you do... so you know how in Star Fox you have the, you do up-dash, and that does a flip and you turn around? That's pretty much the equivalent of what that is. Because you notice it's got the little white arrow thing, so you just... and then it aims you at the white arrow thing. And again, pretty much mandatory when it comes to some of the boss fights in this. By the way, just to really rehash this point, even though technically they're rendering less things, so that makes a degree of sense, you notice the render radius is literally larger in the or the flying sections than it is in the ground sections. Giant airships, because of course they have giant airships. Why wouldn't they? They're the evil empire. Hello. Yeah, exactly. Pajama day.
Wise men choose death before war. Wiser men choose not to be born.
There's your quote for the day. The wisest of men choose not to be born. Yeah, apparently we had a choice. Who knew? Nobody told me. So you notice how the camera's just kind of stuck here, so that's fun. Boss fight. There we go. We're unstuck. We're unstuck. Oh, nope, we're not unstuck. I'm wrong. Yeah. Hang on. That's fair, look. Would you like to be born? No! Oh. Super. This music is making me laugh. I'm sorry. It's going to stop being funny later. But for right now, I've got to make fun of it. Look at this. Oh god, I can't aim. Okay, here we go. We're good.
Empire soldiers have appeared around the castle. Please return at once.
Dismount. Go.
Do I have any? I'm out of seltzer water. No! I'm just on like the third mission. Okay. I'm okay. It's okay, I deliberately didn't put my knife in my room. Just in case. I do have water though. I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, it's my favorite song!
The castle area must be cleared. Now go!
The Empire soldiers are massing around the castle. Their armies immense. Lord Kyne, the Empire has surrounded the castle. Please hurry! What do they want? The goddess?
No, they want to bring the Watchers into the world. Which technically does mean the end of humanity and the world, but I mean, that's whatever. Thank you, Sean, for the sub in the middle of that. Very, very much. Appreciate, thank you. I don't suppose you know where you want to put that. Just enjoy the music. Just enjoy it. Soak it. See, if I was a troll, I would get up and do a stretch break right now and just leave this music going. I'm not that much of a troll, though. Oh my god. Oh yeah. So, let me talk about World of Warcraft. I swear it's relevant. So, this is like fun, right? Yeah, so that... Did you see how many hits it took them to dismount me? It was not that many. So the archers are, like, really, really, really good at dismounting you immediately. That's problem number one. Problem number two is the World of Warcraft problem. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, allow me to use a specific mission in Wrath of the Lich King. In Wrath of the Lich King, there's a bit where... Let me just describe this, like, in lore, okay? So, there's this giant, an actual storm giant, okay? And the storm giant has been imprisoned by the Undead Scourge. You free him, and then go wreck face on the Undead Scourge. Sounds awesome, right? It's one of the most boring missions in the zone, and when we get there, it might actually warrant a negative by itself. Because the whole thing is incredibly badly designed. Now, the way this works out is you're like, okay, so you've got like a grab attack, which kills one thing, and also heals you a little bit. Okay, that's cool. You've got a stomp attack, which you'd think would hit a massive area, right? But no, it's more like it hits a relatively small area.
Damn them!
Then you have the fact that you are... So, like, to give you a bit of perspective, you're on this absolutely gargantuan giant, and your stomp attack hits probably about the radius of your foot. Not much more, okay? So as you're hitting that area, it's really hard to actually get them because there's so many of them, and they're not that grouped up, right? They're not that bundled up. So you get like 5, 6, or 7 per stomp on a storm giant, which brings me to my second problem. The camera, which is so zoomed in on the giant creature that it's actually legitimately hard to see what you're doing. And there's other problems. I'll whenever we review Wrath of the Lich King, I will shred that mission to shreds and then point out everything it does wrong. Especially since later missions in World of Warcraft finally figured out how to do vehicle sections and actually make them fun. But the point is, they do all that crap, and then they commit the worst sin of all. They require you to kill like 200 things. So what should be an awesome, yeah, moment turns into boring slog. Now, what does that have to do with flying around a battlefield on a dragon? I think you can fill in the blanks. Me and my friend both reached the conclusion pretty early on that in several of these you have access to the dragon missions on the ground. It's actually better to just get to the ground, even though it's, you know, a little bit sloggier, and just say screw it. I don't agree with that, Von Falkenstein, but we can agree to disagree. That's cool. That's cool.
Of the castle! Let not one survive! Show them the strength of the Union!
Right. No camera control. Where is he? Yeah. No, I didn't miss your donation. I'm sorry. I didn't want to lose my train of thought. I apologize. Here you go. Enjoy. The total silence of nothing. But yeah, let us go ahead and really explain why this combat sucks. Let's dig into this for a moment. The reason this combat sucks is because you've already seen all of it. One of the problems we've discussed when it comes to game design is something called early game hell. Now, the usual suspect when it comes to what causes early game hell is a situation in which you have an RPG, because this usually applies to RPGs, and you have all this kit, right? You have all these abilities, and you have all this stuff you can do, all these combos, all this materia you end up getting, all the limit breaks you get later, all the forms you get later, etc., 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 right? So you get all this kit, but when you're at the very beginning, you don't have any of that. And this usually leads to early game hell, either in terms of difficulty, like we saw in Albion, or in terms of boring, like we have in Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, I like Kingdom Hearts 1, but the beginning of that game is straight up boring to me, because all you can do is swing and roll. And that's it. And jump, actually, sorry, you don't get the roll at the beginning. You get the jump at the beginning. That's your poor man's roll. And so that's usually where early game hell comes into effect. Now, there are ways to mitigate that, and there are ways to stretch that out. I want you to imagine you're playing Kingdom Hearts 1, and you have a swing, and the roll, and the basic magic, and that's the whole game. We don't get more kit. We get different weapons, but truth be told, they're not really all that varied. Most of the time, they're just slightly different variances on, like, arc swing, or the damage they do, or if they're good against one or two. When we say we have effectively seen the combat of this game, we're not joking. There are two things we haven't seen yet, and both are boss battles. Ground boss battles and flight boss battles. That's, now again, I'm going to put this in the hypothetical thing, because we're not there yet. We're on mission 4 at this point. But, hypothetically, that is basically, because, you know, we've given pluses to good kit. This is the exact opposite of that. This is a negative to bad kit. So we're going to go ahead and go with kit. And, honestly, core combat loop on ground. And I'm probably going to jot down the super accurate archers who screw you over while on the dragon. And we'll see how much that irritates me later, because I have memories of missions where you basically have to be on the dragon, and there's like a row of archers and screw you. But we'll jot that down as a potential. We'll see what we think of that going forward. There we go. Okay. Now let me look at Narset's donation. Oh yeah, the archers are mega accurate. I believe you can dodge, like, if you time it correctly. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Thank you, Narset, very, very much. Ever and always appreciate. Thank you. Dungeon Siege 2. Okay. You got it. Yeah, what's really funny... So, okay, I didn't actually finish saying this. When you actually saw this happen just now. It's already happened. When I was flying around, the archers shoot rapidly. It was maybe 2 seconds in between shots, and they're extremely accurate. 2 consecutive shots knocks you off, right? Then I got to the ground, and what did the archers do? So I mentioned that by memory, there would be several times where we would just say, screw it, and drop down and fight on the ground because it was easier. Because the archers don't do jack when you're on the ground. I'm not actually 100% sure they attack when you're on the ground, but they certainly attack a lot less often, and they are substantially less accurate. I'll get used to not having camera control at some point. Sorry, you're gonna have to.
The Empire army has been reinforced. We cannot hold them.
Let's get a dash in. So now I have to kill that. All those yellow dots.
Where do they all come from? Is there no end to them?
Oh, the red enemies. Ugh. So anyways, now we can get back on our dragon. So allow me to address von Falkenstein's complaint. So A, didn't kill them. B, you see how it leaves people alive? And you can't just sit and hover. Oh, there's some archers, and we're off. See the archers? Hi. One of them is attacking me. You get my point. The best part is archers have, like, no armor or defense for when you're on the ground. I mean, whether it makes sense or not, von Falkenstein, it certainly makes it a lot less fun. But I suppose my point is, because of the fact that you can't hover in place, which honestly might warrant a separate negative by itself, there's several sections where it's like, okay, I just want to kill these 5 guys, and you end up strafing these 5 guys 6 or 7 times trying to kill them. You have to have no enemies nearby, I think. Something like that. Unless you mean the button, in which case it's select. So imagine doing... Here, let me just simulate. Oh, I'll kill you. Oh, hang on.
Your human castles are all built on sand.
Alright, I'll kill you. Oh, there's one left.
The Empire has broken through the front.
Hang on.
They are too strong.
Okay, we have now killed the rest of the group. Oh, there's already archers here. Get used to this, by the way. I wasn't joking. It's also incredibly irritating to aim, if that's not obvious. You may not be aware about by the fact that there is no aiming reticule. You're just kind of eyeballing it. Hope you're good at eyeballing.
Lord Kime, please answer.
Well. Oh yeah, I suppose I should go use this. At least once. There you go. Didn't do anything, but it looked cool. Yeah, by the way, I hope you noticed that Kime is now mute. Hope you enjoyed his voice actor. Because it's gone. I forget if they state it outright. I don't know, we'll find out. Oh, archers.
Lord Kime, the Empire's reinforcements have arrived. Do ours come as well?
I'm on a... Dude. Just relax. The coolest game where you ride a dragon? I'm not sure I can think of one. Other than World of Warcraft, obviously. We having fun yet? How's your days going? Everything cool? Everything cool? So you remember how I mentioned during that World of Warcraft comparison with the Storm Giant? You remember that? I made a point of mentioning the fact that you have to kill like 200 Scourge and it takes forever. And it turns from what should... I mean, obviously there's other design problems there as well. But it turns what should be an awesome moment into a slog. So for those of you not aware, in Wrath of the Lich King was the first time World of Warcraft added the very concept of vehicle mechanics, which is when you hop into another object and the other object has its own stats, its own abilities, and its own movement policies, right? So it functions effectively as a kind of a Gaiden mini Princess Peach section, for lack of a better way to put that. Now, did you notice that guy's health came back from being nearly dead, by the way? Because if you go too far away on your strafing, they regen. So, yeah, that's cool. Anyways. Where was I? So, let's go ahead and pop this. Kill him. But the point is, in Wrath, they had just invented the vehicle concept. And it showed because they had no idea what they were doing with it.
Fight as if one. They are unholy devils.
Well, no, they're just eldritch abominations. But let's not oversell it here. Come on. No. There we go. A lot of the vehicle missions in Wrath should have been awesome, and were a slog, because they didn't really know what they were doing with it yet. And that's just this game. A slog. Do you see how many of these guys we have to kill? In fact, there's actually a legitimately good chance I'm about to die. I would be surprised if I didn't, to be completely honest. Far enough away here. That's far enough. There we go. Okay. Just a bit of a recoup. See, and then sometimes their health doesn't regen. I'm not actually sure what the trigger is for that. I noticed this the last time I played this game, too. Sometimes their health just resets, and sometimes it doesn't. Maybe there's something random about which objects it has loaded in active memory. I don't know. Oh no, there's a dragon health bar. I'm just at 1 health.
Lord Kaim, the Empire has breached the castle! Please come quickly!
Yeah, sure. Oh no, I have to save my sister. I mean, the goddess.
The goddess is still in the castle.
No, I can't, Danielle. I can't do it. No! Danielle's trying to get me killed at the very end of the mission. Oh yeah, and mid-mission checkpoints? You wish. That might be a negative later.
Lord Kaim!
Oh, thank God.
Sire,
That.
cannot hold them.
Ugh. Hang on. Thank you for the bit, Danielle Peekaboo. I will put that towards Bloodborne. Another game you want me to play because you hate me. I don't get the Schadenfreude. I really don't. But then again, I just don't think that way, so that's probably all that is. By the way, remaining health, 0%. I don't know if you got that. Look, you like Bloodborne? That's awesome. That is legitimately awesome. We need more joy in the world. I hate Bloodborne. And I am going to suck at it. In addition to hating it. Oh, I forgot these sections.
In the castle.
So then we have like these weird top-down sections. But there's actually a worse part of this. We'll get to it in just a few seconds here.
So, your voice is lost.
And they do say it outright.
Price to pay for a pact.
Considering she chose that.
No matter. I shall speak for the both of us. Into the castle alone? Very well. I will await you here.
Yes, sir. Her name is Angelus.
I will know soon enough when you die. My life is now your life. You cannot live on hatred alone.
I swore that one of them in 2 chose the pact, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Random is, random does. Kaim is now mute, and the mart of the pack is branded on his tongue, such as the price he must pay for a pact with a mighty beast such as a dragon. If the goddess Furie is killed, the seals that protect the world from chaos will be lost. Kaim's friend Inuard is with her, but Kaim cannot delay. He must hurry to the goddess and save her. Okay. I got this. Yeah, Elden Ring, which is already funded.
Lady Furiae is on the top floor of the keep. Please, hurry, sire.
Alright, so this may just be, you know, memory from farming, but I hate these sections. The indoor sections. It may just because of farming, because I distinctly remember farming these indoor sections a lot. But I have no good memories of these indoor sections. It might be the samey textures and the long, empty corridors, and the total lack of doodad placement. And yeah, they're very claustrophobic. You can probably tell the camera doesn't even know what to do with some of these hallways. It's like, Hang on. Let's just go ahead and pause here. Thank you, Nithrius, very much for the sub, as always. Much obliged. I will put that towards Fell Seal of the thing I can never remember the name of. Arbiter's Mark. That's it, Arbiter's Mark. I mean, having your dragon indoors would be awesome. I'm just saying. Hey, here's a corridor of people. Whoosh, and they're gone. Anyway, so potential negative for the indoor sections. We'll debate that. I mean, think about it. You'd have like it would be the magic attack rather than the big whoosh thing that she does outside. She just breathes down a specific corridor, you know? Excuse me.
Even at great distances, pact partners can hear each other's voices. The voice, well, it is akin to sending thoughts through the air.
I wonder. What? Well, that's wasted. Just when I needed it too. That's fine. That's fine. Excuse me. Nope. I was right. But it looks like there's a chest here, so we'll go with that. Come on. There we go. Yeah, this is what I listen to every night when I go to sleep. Personally. Very relaxing. Both. Give me both, Disco. That's the next one, isn't it? Yep, it is. What's funny is actually I'm kind of the same way. Relaxing music, like really slow, soft music, doesn't tend to relax me.
The goddess seal is there.
Now, that being said, this kind of music isn't what I would call relaxing. Usually I find what I can only refer to as mathematical music relaxing, where I can clearly feel the beats and pace and tone, you know? It's like, aha.
Is forced to the top floor.
Where we at? Wait, what? I mean, we have the ability to turn off the music in this game. I don't remember how to pull up the menu. I think we may have to restart the game to do that, but... I think this way? You've never been here for the Morrowind test? Oh, for shame, Jesse's Mask, for shame.
Their strength is inhuman!
You must not die here. Remember our pact. You are honor-bound to live.
Fine, fine, fine. I'll kill tons of people. Just for you. Oh my god. No, that's fine, Jesse's Mess, but if you didn't know what the Mechanicus test was, I'd be like, yeah, okay. But we've been doing the Morrowind test for years at this point.
You must defeat them if we are to move on.
By the way, I know I kind of skipped through it, but in case you missed that tooltip earlier, it said, hey, you might be underleveled. Go do an expedition map to level up. The brickwork test? I mean, this game is not going to get a positive for brickwork, I'm sorry. And if you're wondering why, there's the bricks. I'm sorry. Those are N64 bricks. Now, I get it. I'm not going to be harsh about that. But... you know? I mean, cheating is something that I will almost guaranteed do. Hopefully the cheats I have work. What I think happened, Disco, is they actually joined the aliens and kind of become part of them, but not the same, you know? Like, they're culturally distinct, but they're technically part of the people. And then they form a new federation. It's cool stuff, you know? You know.
Kill, seal.
Oh yeah, complete waste of a voice actor there, by the way, if you recognize him. Big box. So, okay, I just remembered something. There are requirements for getting some treasure chests to pop up. Some of those requirements are rather particular. Oh no, I'm actually an alien myself, Dark Leviathan, so I can say rather definitively. Anyways, there are, that was, I can't think of his name now. Ansem! It's frickin' Ansem. Anyways, there are very particular requirements for some of these chests. Very walkthrough-itis. And I have distinct memories. This is why I remember the dungeon so badly. I have distinct memories of being like, okay, I have to kill this guy and do this and do this and this and this to get this chest to spawn in this other room 5 feet that way in order to get the weapons. Yeah, this game, in fact, I should probably go ahead and just jot this down now. This game has some walkthrough-itis in it. Because, yeah. And you're probably thinking, but that's optional. A, remember, optional is not a defense. We established that over a year ago at this point. And B, you need all the weapons in order to get the final ending. In order to access all the content, you know? Excuse me. I remember that one, Pajama Day. I remember that one.
Die.
That might not be Richard Epcar. I might be wrong about that. If someone wants to look that up and correct me. No, not now, Luke. And cast. See what I mean by just kind of guessing? Luke's just trying to get me killed. It sounds a lot like Richard Epcar. I believe it is, but I haven't checked for this run.
No forgiveness. Unforgiven. No.
I mean, listen to him. Well, you see S. Diesel, he's fighting hundreds of people while mentally linked to a dragon, so he always has a bathroom emergency cap. That's a secret. Thank you, Loke the Night Reaper. Very, very much for the sub, as always appreciate. If you know where you want that to go, let me know. And then knowing can know the knoweth that thou mayest know. Look, I like Neverwinter Nights too, but what was up with the dialogue on that character? Know that this knowing may know where we know where we know. Our knowing will know the knowing of all knowledge. Would I want this credit? No! Wait, Epcar voices Salamander? That's funny. I mean, if he's in the game at all, that's probably him. Because a very common trick, especially at this point in history, but even more modernly, is if you get a voice actor that's pretty decent, you use them for multiple roles. I do that, and I'm not even a professional anything. Company of Heroes. Please tell me that's already on the list, Loke. Okay, so I don't have to pause the stream. Zelda either. Kill all to
Furi's
progress.
chamber lies ahead.
Okay, company heroes. Give me a second. Look. Night Reaper. Company of heroes. Alright. That's okay, Jesse's mask. I just get discouraged sometimes, don't mind me. And now for plot twists. Here's the weapon we got. Hey, Bonebreaker's now 2. So attack is increased, combo now has 8. And, excuse me, and it does a bigger AoE for its magic. I will go ahead and slot that in. Why not? It's not like we're going to have hundreds of weapons later. And by hundreds, I mean I forget how many. There's quite a few. There's quite a few. Long ago, there was a dragon who could not fly. This gruff yet noble-hearted dragon had never seen a human until the day he came across a gravely injured knight. To be continued. Okay, where's the axe? There it is. So yeah, if it's not obvious, as you level them, you get another sentence for the lore of the weapon. I'll debate that. We have 3 free expeditions available. Should be the overworld, the flying session, and the castle, if I'm not mistaken.
Stop!
What?
Furii!
What? Stop! And then they stop, which makes no sense. Then he throws them towards their object of attack that he's trying to defend. I mean, Inuart is a frickin' bozo, so I suppose I can actually believe that. Yeah, what's up?
Chaim! It's enough. He's dead. Full of bloodlust as always.
Oh yeah, we play a psychopath.
But you helped me. Once again.
Well, you are weak and pathetic, and you are. Question mark.
Chaim, you cannot speak.
Zoom in on the tongue.
A pact.
Oh, Chaim is the most well-adjusted of our party members, no doubt.
The castle is no longer safe. I thought I would take Furii to the elf village. Since the elves are bound to eternal neutrality, their village would be a safe haven from the Empire. While it may be dangerous to take the goddess from the castle, what else is there to do? Furii is the goddess that protects the sacred seal. But before that, she was my betrothed.
Unnecessary exposition.
I will protect her. And what about you, Chaim? You once called Furii your sister.
Alright, you know what? I am a fair and just lore judge. Let's start building a story aggregate to positives. So we've got, the weapon lore, and the animated chat boxes. I forget what else. In-mission comments? No! No, those are usually bad. I've seen the kind of Dynasty Warriors mid-mission comments before, done to good effect. That's not what we saw here. So, okay. We're starting to build a story positive. This is a good time to start building a story negative. Dialogue.
Perhaps we should celebrate.
What?
The usual song?
By the way, there's going to be a lot of times where I just say, what? I'm not really doing it on purpose. It's just... I mean, we're still under siege. And if we're not, there are literally hundreds of corpses in and surrounding this castle. What are you doing, Inuit? I mean, yeah, he is a moron. That's not actually a joke. Hang on, so I'm trying to remember how to do this. Okay, yeah. So these are free expeditions. So I can already hear the argument here, but a free expedition is here to grind. I think there's a couple of weapons you can get in these, but the point of the free expedition is to give you some place where you can just go and grind. This is where we level weapons, is the free expeditions. Yeah, I feel like there's a couple weapons you can get here, because there's a lot of weapons in this game. And as we've already discussed, there's some interesting ways to make treasures pop in this game. Oh, I would kill for a donut right now. I would kill hundreds of people with my flying red dragon in order to get a donut right now. My timing is really off today. Jeez Louise. Look at that. Thousands of people would be slaughtered just for the sake of one donut. I wouldn't grind for a donut, no. Even donuts are not worth grinding. So I don't want to give attention to someone who doesn't deserve it. Can I just share a comment? I'm not going to say who said it. Someone said, why do you have a problem with grinding? If you have a problem with grinding, maybe you just don't like RPGs. Because there's no other reason to play RPGs. I had to share that. I had to. Oh yeah, there's a maneuver I haven't really shown off yet, which is this. You notice we're actually still going the opposite direction? This is going to be pretty useful later, too. Okay. Well, that's bad. That was a hard crash. worrisome. Thankfully, this game does have skippable cutscenes, by the way. I actually meant to mention that earlier. So it does not get that negative. Otherwise, I would have already given it. Oh yeah, and by the way, you can't switch weapons. I just tried. You can't tell, of course, because nothing happened, but you can't switch weapons.
Time!
Yeah, what?
Kai.
Come on. Ah! Okay, so we're not going to do the free expeditions. If we get to the point of that, we have cheats. I'm okay with cheating in this piece of crap game. I mean, honestly, I'm a little surprised by it, too. Even in the PS2 era, skippable cutscenes weren't the norm yet. FF10. Kingdom Hearts 1. Excuse me. Well, I did Crazy North, and then the game crashed.
I have to live, don't I? As the seal.
What is it?
They attacked the village of the elves. It may already be gone. I heard a voice. It would be better to go elsewhere.
Nonsense! The Pact Beasts may have powers, but I believe only my own eyes. Come on! We're going to the village now!
You know what? Can I just jot down a negative for Inuart? He's such a terrible character.
I'm well.
He's so aggressively stupid.
We must find you a place to rest.
Like we're not even there yet. We have not peaked. God, Inuart, really? Hang on, I haven't updated the HUD. I'm sorry. Let me update the HUD. So we've got the potential plus we're building. And a couple of negatives we're building. There we go. We're up to date. We're up to date. Start doing that more often. Yeah, he doesn't trust the flying dragon with magic powers who can fly. So, I don't want to spoil too much, Nithrius, but he's our nemesis.
Well, we must cleanse the sky of these insects.
Yeah, they want to go to the elf village, so we gotta do this.
Dragon makes a pact with a man. The old legends have come alive.
And he's just randomly talking in our... So, it's like in the Avengers, we all have those ear things, you know? In all joking aside, Crimson King, we'll see. That's why so many of there's potential, but this might break the record for most gameplay negatives I've ever given a game. Specifically gameplay, we've probably had worse games overall. I mean, Anthem, if you remember, had 0 story positives. I feel that says all it really needs to. I hope not. That's probably Anthem's domain space. We're going to start save stating a lot, just to kind of prevent that from happening. Sorry. But when we're at the point of crashing, I feel save states are acceptable without putting up the cheat flag. It's okay, we'll probably put up the cheat flag later anyways. Does Anthem have better? Yes, Anthem has better gameplay than this, and Anthem has terrible gameplay. Anthem had gameplay positives, 2 of them. 2 whole positives. This might. We'll see. We haven't fought any bosses yet. It's weird. I haven't played this game since it came out, and I still have muscle memory for this game. How much did I play this thing?
Furiae, without you, the goddess, the world shall surely perish.
As you know.
Now that you are the goddess, my world is already dead.
Blah, blah, blah. This could be a Vietnam flashback situation. I don't know. This is what, 2003, 2002? This would have been right after, no, this would have been right before I got the job at Arby's. Yeah, they already mentioned that Inuar. Wow, they already mentioned that about Falkenstein. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you by calling you Inuar. My bad. Don't hate me.
The Empire has come here. Prepare yourself.
Wait, they did? What? Sorry. Oh god, there's some historical perspective for you. This game came out, and then Half-Life 2 came out. Oh, we were talking about that game, which we haven't reviewed yet, but man. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead and hit the save emote regularly, guys. Just remind me on this one. I will not feel insulted if you hit that emote regularly. We'll just save state constantly to try and avoid crash issues. Hopefully that was our only crash, but if we have a crash, that crashes usually don't come solo, you know what I mean? It's like Vigilant over there. Vigilant, he doesn't travel by himself. He travels in packs. When he comes back, it'll be in even greater numbers. Oh no, I'm not going to ding the game for the crash. Don't worry. It's just... rather not. So, okay. You're probably thinking, Laura, you have a PS2 hooked up. Why are you doing this? Cheats? I can cheat on the emulator. I can save state, and I can cheat. And this game does not have mid-mission checkpoints and is grindy as hell.
The elf village must be here. It must be.
Shut up, Inuit. So yeah, save states and cheats. That's why I'm actively preferring the emulator version here. For the reference. But I will not give the game a negative for crashing. I've never seen this game crash before. I played all the way through it back in the PS2. I don't know if Dragon Commander counts, but I'll give you that one, Vigilant. That's a good game when you're flying on a dragon. I actually forgot about that. Thank you, Vigilant, as always. Very, very, very much, sir. I'll put that towards Mortal Kombat 11. Here. I mean, I've seen PS2 games crash, but that's actually kind of rare. It took until the PS3 when I started seeing console games crashing as a more regular thing.
Kyle, does only your hatred drive you forward?
Shut up, Inuit!
Good! Now to the village! Hold on!
We'll see, Nithrius. We'll see. What are we if not slaves to this torment, Mr. Red? That's true, Wanta.
The elf village lies in the woods across the bridge. It must be there.
For the record, I actually really dislike the word simp. I feel like it's misused and abused, as many words are. But Inuit is a simp. He is totally full tilt. You've literally already seen his motivation. Archers! Yep. I don't actually know where the term comes from. By the way, it's much easier to kill these things on foot. Go figure. Yeah, the only motivation Inuit has is he really wants to have sex with our sister. There we go. Now we're doing that pass thing I was telling Von Falkenstein about earlier. How they're gonna pick which ones they have. That's the Luke. Hang on, Disco. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Oh my god. Do you see my problem with this? I mean, you could argue this is just me being terrible, and I don't really have an argument against that. But this is why I complained about the radius of the dragon's attack, in a nutshell, right there.
The Empire's forces have come even here. Is the village safe?
You're an idiot! Okay, it does show on the map where the treasure box is. I couldn't remember, but it does. If it's just like, there's a treasure box and it doesn't tell you where it is, that would probably be potential negative worthy. Like, that would probably codify the walkthrough-itis right there. Just, yeah. Alright, so, okay, if a game designers are avoiding grind, is there a reason to have artificial strength progression levels that when player skill would mean there's never grinding? Okay, so I don't fully understand your question, but let me put it into you this way. Let's say you're playing an MMO. Let's say there's a boss. Let's say this boss hits hard. Let's say this boss's attack is dodgeable. Is there a reason to have armor, equipment, health, and other stats that prevent you from taking damage? The answer is yes, of course there is. Not only does that inform player choice, because now the player has the choice of either gearing up, dodging, or both, but also sometimes there's lag, sometimes players make mistakes, etc., etc. There are plenty of reasons to still have progression mechanics, even if you make a game where it is 100% possible to do a no-hit run. See Kingdom Hearts 3 for a good example of that. I don't know what other Kingdom Hearts games have the possibilities of no-hit runs, but you get my point. Where are we at? Wrong way. By the way, you love how gray and... You ever heard me talk about the brown era of gaming? Welcome to the brown era of gaming. Look at this! Look at this!
It cannot be. I see it with mine own eyes, and yet it cannot be.
Yes, your eyes are lying to you. Yes, we're in the sepia age. We're officially there. What's funny, all joking aside for a moment, in lore, the world is like 90% dead. That's not a joke. It really is screwed. Don't worry, in some of the endings, it's slightly less screwed. still. Not gonna use it. Oh, did you notice that 4% on the weapon collection, by the way? Oh, yep, and we'll get a save state here. Right here. There we go. Yeah, 2004 sounds right for when I would have played this. And of course, we can't switch weapons during these sections.
Close. Be careful.
We even have... Okay, we do. And scrub. Scrub! What jobs you going for, Nithrius? Well, you know what I love about this camera? It's a top-down camera, but I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it feels like it's too close. So anyways, so I started slicing.
Hell has come here.
I'm sorry.
What shall I do?
You should join the enemy. That's the best idea.
I hear his voice.
His voice? The Hierarch has a pack beast too?
Yes, a dragon. A petrified dragon.
Where is he now?
He is at the temple in the desert. He wants you to go to him for your own safety.
Oh, Furiae. You must forgive me. I'm not strong enough to protect you.
But your songs, they calm me.
Songs? I pray for strength. Will you come?
We must investigate further. Go with Furiae and protect her. We shall follow.
So, the voice is that of Hierarch Verdele, the spiritual leader of the Union and guardian of the Four Seals. Seal of Temple, Seal of Desert, Seal of Forest, Seal of the Goddess. After seeing Furiae and Inuart to join Verdele, Kaim searches the villages. There, beside an Imperial soldier's body, is a message written in blood. It says, 2 for 4. Special. Every Tuesday. Yeah, Inuart is arguably the I don't want to say he's the villain, but it's more like he's the biggest reason bad stuff happens in this game. I'd say third biggest, only behind the Watchers and the deities themselves. Do I think Inuart really loves Furiae? No, I don't. Do I think Furiae actually cares about Inuart? That's tougher.
Speak not the Watchers. Draw not the Watchers. Write not the Watchers. Sculpt not the Watchers. Sing not the Watchers. Call not the Watcher's name. What is this?
I've never even heard of the Watchers. I'm sure they're legitimately awesome folk. I can't wait to be eaten alive by them later. Just. So a creator I enjoyed when I was younger, but has since fallen from grace. I mean, this is kind of cheating, but I would say the guy whose name I can't think of, who is the writer for Mass Effect 1, is a good example of that. Because you know, I was like, man, his writing's cool, and then I learned more and more and more and was exposed to more of his writing, and nowadays I can't stand his writing. Yeah, Drew Karpyshyn, that's him. That's him. I never liked Roddenberry, I just gave him more credit back in the day, which I no longer do.
In the valley, the cult of the Watchers has a shrine. They took everyone there.
Yeah, I would say Ira Stephen Bear as well.
What are they?
My respect for Ira Stephen Bear went down after doing the Ruminations on DS9, not up. Hey, a dagger. 6%! So yeah, there's 50 weapons in the game. Hey, do you like that little musical cue yet, by the way? Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it! There we go. The dying elf tells Kaim about the shrine of the cult of the Watchers, and Kaim begins to suspect some evil bond connects the cult and the Empire. Kaim flies to the shrine to rescue the elves and learn more about the cult of the Watchers.
The elves guard the temple seal. If something has happened to them...
Hey, we're only on mission, like, 12 or whatever, Mega Mike. You never know. We still haven't fought a boss. Oh, dude.
They are creatures, too. They have the right to receive death.
That's an interesting way of looking at that. It's rare that I'm actually legitimately proud of one of my ruminations, but I'm legitimately proud of the TOS ruminations. So, hopefully people will enjoy those. We'll see, I suppose.
If the Empire has a garrison in these mountains, mere passion will not be enough.
I was actually just thinking, this is probably one of the better music tracks we've had so far. Oh, I can't go back to the originals anymore, Justin. The remasters just look so much better. I'm not even talking about the special effects touch-up. Just the set, you know, just the areas that we see the people in look so much better in the remasters. So, is this our first Griffin? I think it is. Whatever they're called. Now we get introduced to the fact that the enemy can dodge too, so that's kind of a tutorial we'll be seeing more of in a bit. I remember some of the boss missions in Flight being absolutely aggravating. Just doing it over and over and over and over and over and over. Oh no, that's just a cherry on the top, Gum Gum. That doesn't have anything to do with anything really. That's one of those, you know, it'd be cool if kind of deals. We all have those. And we're always wrong. Actually, could someone do me a favor and look up a speedrun of Drakengard 1? Or rather, look up the speedruns of Drakengard 1. Let me be more clear about that. Speedruns.com, you know? See what we got. I'm actually quite curious. Hours and some change. That is damned impressive.
The shrine lies open.
That's nuts. What's the category? Oh, this is the same setting as Nier. And Nier Automata. It's not the same world, but it is the same setting. I'll debate if the sky stuff gets a plus to gameplay Crimson. So far, the answer is no. Too irritating to control. And, well, the later stuff.
The shrine should be close. Take care. I sense something.
9 hours, Jesus. PS2. This is a PS2 game.
Lord Kaim, the Red Soldiers.
I'm mostly just getting some experience here. And there's the red guys. See them? They suck. Got nothing else to add to that. They just suck. Hello, Dream Whisperer. Where we at? Where that was. Well, you see the... I guess that would just be a catapult. Well, you see, he's, he's,
The Empire come here.
he's doing squats. That's what he's doing. Inuart is the name of a character, Dr. Winter. I've heard the time loop theory for Drakengard. I don't like it, but it's probably true. By sheer virtue of the fact that I don't like it, it's probably true. Because that's just Yoko Taro in a nutshell. For God's sakes. I'm trying to run, and the only way to run is to run uninterrupted for a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're probably wondering why I didn't take off.
Be destroyed. Die.
It's because of the red dudes. Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of people who list Drakengard as either one of their favorites or their favorite game of all time. Which is why I asked people who like this game to not watch this stream. I do not want to affect anyone's opinion of this stream. I don't want to come across as if I'm attacking anyone's opinion. I don't want to come across as this is me telling you you're stupid, because I legitimately don't even believe in that concept. Except in extremes, which this is not. Like, if you like killing puppies, then yeah, there's something wrong with you. But if you like Drakengard, there's nothing wrong with that. I hate this game. We'll see what we think of the story. That's really going to be the interesting one, because we'll see. I know the story is very badly presented, because it is. But we will see for the rest of it. At a certain point in time, I'm going to run out of things to make fun of, and that might be the official moment we go ahead and hit the cheat button. Still 6 more. Of course, I missed horribly. And it's worth noting, the story... Well, we haven't gotten to any of the messed up stuff yet. Like, we don't even know our sister desperately loves us. That's coming up in Chapter 4. Or Chapter 2, for reference. And we don't even have our party members yet. We don't even know what the Watchers are.
If these empty rooms
Where are we at? To the right.
are a shrine, then how mighty can this empire be?
I would say it's more like that this game was a huge series of compromises. As I mentioned earlier, Yoko Taro's team, I forget which team it was, so please forgive me, but the team he was heading up for making this game had a huge amount of pushback from Square Enix with regards to the development and what went into the game. And so a lot of this is... Rax said it perfectly earlier, something like, it's the chained creator or whatever. What we're seeing here is not what he actually wanted to make. Copy team, that's it. It has been argued, and it's not actually that hard to disagree with it, that this game would have been a substantially better game if he hadn't been specifically, curtailed constantly. Now, I don't know if that's true. I haven't played Drakengard 3, and Nier Automata the gameplay was done by another team. But yeah, what we're looking at here is bad compromise. That's a good way to put that. And God, it shows! A proper remake? I mean, I probably wouldn't like it. I don't like the story of this series. But, yeah, no, absolutely. This game can certainly use it. Oh, right. I have the wrong weapon equipped. No wonder my weapon's being weird. Let's switch over to the Bonebreaker. There we go. Oh yeah, isn't Drakengard 3, like, really jerky and laggy and awful? I've heard that several times. Yes, that's a good point. Good save. Good time to save. Good time to save.
More Empire soldiers! Lord Kaim, be on guard!
Who are you and how are you talking to me? "15 frame rate. That would actually give me a headache. Non-memeingly, non-jokingly. Low frame rate stuff really bothers me.
Damn. The Empire uses spells and witchcraft.
How dare they? Oh, there's there. Well, I was about to say there's our dodge button. But then we got hit while attempting to dodge. Excuse me. I sure wish I could just run on command. That would be really nice right about now. Yeah, our drill sergeant who died years ago. We still hear him to this very day. Kaim, you haven't killed the entire western flank yet. I'm trying, Palmers, I'm trying. You're not trying hard enough. You don't have time to try when you're dead. That's actually funny, Rex. Anyways, would society be ready for the game he wanted to make back in the time? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't know how to say this. At least here in the West, I would say the PS3 era is more... when gaming as an industry started becoming more accepting of random weird stuff. But even then, it's worth noting that we did have Ico, and we did have Shadow of the Colossus, both of which were PS2. So it's entirely possible that if Yoko was able to make his game back in this era, in the PS2 era, it would have managed reasonably well. I don't remember, honestly, Luke. Damn it! Really low on health. Save here. Has Yoko ever been able to make his game? I suppose you'll have to ask him that. But Lord knows Nier was much more his game than this ever was, so... Is there a difficulty option? We are on easy. Because I'm not a moron. Granted, I haven't exactly been grinding. But yeah, no, there's a reason I was like, yeah, no, we're going down to easy. We might die. I think we might not be able to manage this. Let's try something. Let's try something. Excuse me. Excuse me. Maniac Mansion? No, that's not weird. I mean, it's not that weird, really. Maniac Mansion is quirky, not weird. There's a difference. lot of arches around here. So obviously you didn't hear the rest of my sentence there, Von Falken, or excuse me, Dr. Winter, but that's okay. I don't blame you for not listening to me. I don't listen to me either. I just tune out the voices by screaming every night about how much I love my sister. I'm sorry. It's the low-hanging fruit. There's so much worse. I don't even want to talk about or think about the worst. That's why I always make fun of the incest thing, because that's nothing. No! I'm gonna die right here. I knew it. God damn it. Okay. So that's officially the cheat flag up. Hello? There we go. Oh my god. No! Let me move. So much. There we go. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I keep making fun. Chaim really does not love his sister. It is fully monodirectional. He-y'all? What's a he-y'all, Dream Whisperer? I feel like I've heard of that concept before. Oh, got him. Game.
No remorse, all things shall be food to our flesh.
Ew? No, seriously, just ew.
The shrine seems to harbor no enemy, but still, enter with caution.
Yep, there's no enemies left. Run! Run!
The enemy is not.
Don't get that treasure chest. It's very important.
Where are the captured elves?
Remaining health 0%. Lol, Mega Mike. How much health do you have left? 0%. Did you round down? Maybe. Ah! Excuse me. Rude. You think that's a boss fight? No, we're not there yet. We still haven't actually seen a boss.
The elves were taken elsewhere.
Don't worry, it'll be obvious.
What does the Empire want? How should I know what ambitions drive you humans?
I know what drives me. Hot sex with my sister.
What do those red eyes mean?
Thank you for watching my show, Lola Blast.
Verdelay. His voice. It is gone. We had best hurry to the desert. The goddess may be in danger.
Please, please help.
Where did you come from?
The Empire has taken our village.
And where are you from?
From the fairy valley that lies yonder. Please.
Remember, Kaim's a good guy.
Do you go to save lives, or to take them?
He's a nice sort. He's cool. Wait for it. Wait for it. After hearing the villager's tale, Kaim turns towards the Valley of the Fairies. Hatred fills his heart and makes him deaf to Dragon's counsel. Only the spilling of Imperial blood can sate his lust for revenge. You know what, sure. So how many... He's only kicked someone once, right? Hang on.
Into the snarling nest we go.
There you go. Kaim kicking. Come on. Get in range. There we go.
It seems that they have gone to the Valley of the Fairies.
Eat at Joe's Crab Shack. Yeah, this is actually just an anti-capitalism game. We're destroying all these billboards because of our violent hatred for advertising. And, you know, the funny thing is, considering this is Yoko Taro, that's not really out of bounds for him. I could see him doing that, I'm just saying. I mean, look at these. They're flying blocks of granite with text on the front. I mean, I know what they are in lore, but you get my point. Always some kind of weird thing that, I mean, nobody gets anything out of him losing his voice, so what's the point of it? It's like some random arbitrary thing that some jackass deity came up. Oh, that's right, I forgot all the gods are evil in this setting. That makes so much more sense. All questions rescinded. Whoops.
I cannot abide the fairies, yet I hate humans.
I mean, everything's evil in this setting.
In the forest is the valley where the fairies dwell. Are they unharmed?
Fairies are evil, elves are evil, humans are evil, dragons are evil, gods are evil, watchers are evil. Yep. Evil, evil, evil. That mountain isn't evil yet. is more bleak than grimdark. I haven't decided yet, Zobe. So far, no.
Riversal, Lucagan, my brothers, forgive me. Forgive me.
The fairies. Fairies suck in almost every fiction.
What evil have I done? My brothers butchered, our home put to flame. And where was I?
What's this? What's this? You betrayed your brothers? Your sorry, pitiful little brothers, dead on the ground. What fun! What fun!
Ladies and gentlemen, Exhibit A.
Yuck! What a painful sight! Look! Look! Looky! Look! What was the last thing they saw? I wonder.
No, I cannot. I cannot bear to think of it.
Makes you sick? Humans are pathetic! Pathetic! Dirty! Smelly! Might as well just die! Hey, that's it! Kill yourself! Go on! Finish it off, useless human!
But I...
You're scared? Dying is good! You don't want to die? Really? No! What a bore! Seriously, finish yourself off. Oh, hold on! Of course! Let's make a pact!
What do you mean?
You don't get it? Hello? Is that skull as hollow as a helmet? You and me together forever! Loser! Loser! But seriously, let's do it! A pact! Please! Please!
Okay, that happened. It's okay. He wasn't actually doing what some people suspect. There's no evidence of that. In fact, what he was actually doing was just... I mean, it's still gross, but it's not even in the same category of gross as what people suspect he was doing. By the way, yes, I did look that up, so thanks for that. Kaim goes to the village not to save lives, but to take them. I get it, game. I get it. With rage in his heart, he flies through the dark fog that shrouds the Fairy Valley. There in the forest, there's a man named Leonard who needs to die. It's okay, he does. Don't worry. Spoilers.
Jackals, I will cleanse your stink with my flames.
I know, right, Jesse Smith? Hey, just so you know, you're a raging psychopath. Okay. Anything else you got for me? No. Just want to remind you of that. Okay. Do you mind? I'd say literal zombies, but I don't think these qualify as literal zombies. These are probably more qualified as meat puppets. I mean, these are effectively the same as Legion, I would say. Although that, I don't know. That's debatable, I suppose. So anyways, Leonard's probably going to be a negative to story as well. While on the subject. What's this game about? You know, if you ever figure that out, Corwellis, please let me know. I wouldn't mind. if Leonard is not a negative to story, the fairy certainly is.
I am blind. We must advance carefully or become targets of our enemy.
So, here's one for you. For those of you who've studied the interviews and all the behind the scenes more, is there any validity to the anti-completionist stint in this game? Or I suppose the more accurate way to phrase that is it deliberately anti-completionist? Because this is an anti-completionist game. But the question is whether it was done that way on purpose.
I hear a voice, another one with a pact.
It's the same setting, Trihexia. Now, which world is more despondent? I would say this one. But considering both share the same major problems, they're both screwed. Whoop, I'm going the wrong way. Anti-completionist. A game that punishes you for either trying to complete everything or trying to do everything. See Undertale for an example of that. Oh, well, there you go. This game is deliberately anti-completionist. I'm not sure what I think of that. Hey, look, a different enemy type. They have lunging attacks. I mean, I don't know. I think I've made my point here clear. I don't like creative trolling. I like it within reason. Let me walk that back a little bit. I think Yoko Taro goes a little bit too far with his creative trolling. But then again, I'm a weirdo. I suppose I'm probably a little bit biased there since I am a bit of a completionist. I'm like an 80%er, is my own terminology. Wait, God, give me a second. Where are we at? God, how'd I pass it? But yeah, like, Korok Seeds is a great example. I'm never getting all the Korok Seeds. That's never... Go away! Gah! Go away!
Journey becomes strange. The absurdities grow.
Yes! Yes, it does! That's an accurate terminology for this. But yeah, no, like, I like completioning a bit. You know, I like filling out the map, and I like having an enjoyable checklist to do. How many of you have ever played Fantasy Life? It's a 3DS game. Fantasy Life is checklist the game. It's just... You do stuff. I don't know how better to describe it. There's an enormous amount of stuff to do in that game.
Speak to them. They have no more will to fight.
But the interesting thing about Fantasy Life is it goes out of its way consistently and regularly to make the checklist fun. Now, that's not 100%, but again, a good 80% of the game is just enjoyable to go through and be like, oh man, I can't wait to check out this area and do this quest and maybe get this new material which helps me to try out my blacksmithing a bit more. Then I gotta grab this thing and start fishing, and yeah, it's cool. It's a fun game. But again, the key distinction there is the fun aspect. it is fun to do all that stuff. And that kind of is my point as a whole. I call myself a pseudo-completionist. I don't think I actually am. I think I just enjoy having fun.
You! Can you hear my voice?
Please don't crash. Okay. Cool. No idea when we saved last. I'm gonna see where the hard save is before I... Oh, let's just see where we're at. Yeah, okay, no, that's a bit back. That's pretty much the beginning of the mission. So we just have to do the whole mission over again. It's on me, I forgot to save, I'm dumb, blah, blah, blah. Evil fog. The render radius. Our most terrifying foe. Hardware limitations. I like how you can only see they're there because of the spots that are made by their shadows.
Flames of hell.
I hear a voice, another one. The pact.
Yeah, she doesn't like the trees all that much. Can't blame her. Trees are the worst. Maybe I just have bad experience lately with trees, because, you know, yard work, but screw trees. Not as bad as ivy. Nothing's as bad as ivy, but still, screw trees.
Wait! Speak to them! They have no more will to fight! Can you hear my voice?
Let's just zip through that a little bit. Now we know what we're doing. Crashing issues, see if there's something that I could change somewhere to prevent that from happening. Hello, Coleman. So how many of you... Here's a weird question. How many of you remember the really big sword in this game? And how many of you remember specifically aiming to get it, thinking it would be the best sword in the game? And how many of you remember when you got it and found out it was one of the worst swords in the game?
The sound of your blade tells me you are a Union soldier. I am Leonard, at your service.
Could you die? Is that cool? I just want you to die. That's all I want, really.
Yes, my eyes are blind. Like you, I have paid for a pact.
To be blind to the foolish hopelessness of humanity is a happy fate.
Yet, I am not blind to the knowledge. The dead are returned to the earth, their lives to be mourned. Very well. I will go with you, Kaim. Let us leave these bodies where they lie. We must hurry to the desert. The goddess is in danger, I fear. They say that no man is beyond forgiveness.
And they're wrong. Any questions?
That sometimes only the sinner may live.
Yes, Mr. Red, I'm sorry. Chapter 3. The Death of All Reality. Nah, I'm just kidding. That's Chapter 7. Kaim suddenly loses contact with Verdalite, to whom he had entrusted Furie and Inuart. Concerned for their safety, he flies to the desert. Like you do.
Kaim. Thank goodness you're safe.
What of Inuart and Verdale? Were they taken?
Yes. To protect me.
So, the dungeon must be close. Break through and we may find them.
I will be safe. I am a goddess after all. Please, Kaim, you must save Inuart and Verdale.
Why? Alright, I guess. Whatever. Really hope you like this song. Hierarch Verdale and Inuar have been captured by the Empire. Having left Furie alone, Kaim flies through the Black Desert night towards the Imperial dungeon he believes they are being held in.
This darkness, I cannot see who is foe and who is friend.
We don't have any friends! Are you kidding me? No, literally. We do not have friends in this setting. For multiple definitions of the word. No, I don't think the counter goes that high. It only goes up to 4 digits. Oh, neglected. The good news, Mr. Red, is the power of friendship has no power within Drakengard. I mean, there's pacts, but that's not really friendship, is it? Unless Leonard is really friends with that fairy, in which case, ah!
In Watts' lives, you can hope for no reward. The fool thinks of another.
Damn it, Angelus.
Your sister's heart. She is the goddess, and still.
Okay, please stop trying to ship me with my sister, Angelus. I gotta be real, I'm literally paying more attention to the lock-on symbols and the mini-map than I am anything else to play this. I'm not even taking in most of what else is going on here.
But for me, have you grown so accustomed to denying the truth?
Hint, hint. As long as they're step siblings, Grace Norris. That's always. You ever notice that? That's a really common thing. No, it's okay, we're step siblings. There is a lot of visual noise. That's an interesting point. Honestly, yeah. I'll admit I'm not exactly looking for negatives at this point. But... I already have that. But I should mention that there is one character, one thing in this game that's probably going to be a definitive positive to story, and that is Angelus. It's probably worth noting that she's also, you know, the best character in the game, regardless of positive worthy or not, so... Now, that's admittedly not saying much, considering what her competition is, but it's still true. But now, by all means, suggest positives, suggest negatives. I have literally proven, factually codified, no really, that I do take other people's opinions into account, so feel free to speak up. I suppose it would make sense they bothered to develop Angelus more than most of the characters, since she's effectively 90% of the dialogue in this game. She not only speaks for us, but most of the other characters don't speak in every mission. She has at least a couple lines in every mission, so...
Can you sense your sister's thoughts? The passions of her soul?
Please stop shipping me with my sister. I would prefer not to be shipped with, I can't even think of her damn name. What's her face? I mean, I'm sure that's on purpose, Raven. Courtier, that's it. Courtier. Ah, that's fair. That could be it, Jesse's mask. Hey, just so you know, your sister, you know, wants to hug you.
Go to the prison and free Verdelay.
Oh, yep. I think they literally say hug in the English version. I'm not sure. We'll see when we get there.
I sense Vitaly. He's somewhere nearby. We must find him.
By killing all these people. Fun. I remember getting knocked off so much in this one. This is pretty much the mission where I learned to dodge and weave a lot. Damn it. Speaking of which... Safety.
This is the Empire's dungeon. Quickly, to the attack!
Well, only because you insist.
I am the hierarch Verdelay, imprisoned by the Empire. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, somehow I can hear you. I'm not actually sure how I can hear you. Stop talking in my head!
Is it Verdelay?
I hear voices. For some reason. That's just the dragon. No, other voices! I heard Inuart earlier. Later on, we're going to have a conversation with Inuart. Well, okay. He's going to converse at us while we're both on the middle of dragons. In the middle of a dogfight. Yeah, I know they can't nurse it. I'm just making fun. I'm trying to... Look. If I can't make fun, then all this is going to be is one big, boring slog, okay? I'm sorry. Gotta poke fun. It's still my job to be entertaining. Damn it. I may be failing at being entertaining. That's just me sucking. But I'll at least try.
If I can hear your voice, then you too have a pact.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I can't be entertaining. I'm sorry, I shouldn't lie. I'm a bad liar, as I've said before.
The prison is well guarded by the Empire.
You know, I think we've only had one lamentation of the main Friday Ruminations before. Well, Dragon Commander was mentioned earlier, Dirk, which I will agree with. Really. Scalebound looked so cool. I don't know if it would have been cool. We'll never know at this point! Strafing runs, gotta do some strafing runs. So Kirk lands on Drakengard, and what happens is a lot of screaming.
Inuart was taken to a different prison. I pray that he is unharmed.
Yeah, a few red shirts die. For no reason, they just die. They show up and the Empire's like, ha-ha! And stab them immediately. And if you think I'm making that up, remember, there's actually an episode of TOS, I believe it's season 3, where that happens. Oh, you freaking kidding me. This. Let me move! Let me move! Let me move! Ah! Let me move! Why did you drop me in the middle of them? Ah! Probably madness. Okay, there we go.
dragon? What fate gave you such a powerful pet?
Yeah, I don't know how the dragon got there, actually. That is a hole in my knowledge of the lore of this game. There's a dragon, and we just happen to be on the verge of death.
I'm here! Please help me!
I don't know. I'm kind of bored. I had something else to do, you know. Just gonna grab a bite. The quad. In my experience, it's not that worth it, lava, unless I'm in a certain circumstance. So I have a bad habit of thinking of magic as being anti-specific enemies. So, duh.
I thought we were done for. Thank you.
It's probably just me misremembering, if I'm being honest.
I owe you my life. Let me serve. Let me serve in your army.
Well, that's interesting, Rax. I have to admit, that argument is something I 100% disagree with. And it's very, very simple to explain this. Do you like killing super mutants in Fallout? Okay, cool. Do you like stealing from people in Fallout? Okay, cool. Do you like killing people or stealing from people in real life? No, of course you don't! Anyways, moving on. And that's my argument.
At last. So, you are Kaim.
Verdelay, you know something. Tell us, what is happening?
The Empire is not satisfied with mere conquest. They seek complete reconstruction.
Of the world?
Yes. They want the seeds of resurrection that will appear when the seals are broken. The goddess's life is in great danger.
The seeds of resurrection? Humans twist even the myths to their own purposes.
Hmm?
Foreshadowing.
Please help. The Empire must not destroy these holy places. The entire world is in danger. As each seal is broken, the burden on the goddess grows greater still. Please! Even the Empire's soldiers deserve our mercy.
No, they don't.
You cannot preach to this one. He cares only for settling old grudges.
May the gods bless us, their poor children.
What difference between he who prays and he who kills? Fools, one and all, these humans.
The Empire is plotting to destroy the seals and kill the goddess, thus release the seeds of resurrection. So far, the plot's fairly coherent. Inuart has been taken to a different Imperial prison, where we can go, where a voice of the cult of the Watcher speaks to him relentlessly.
If only I had more strength.
If only I had more strength, then I could protect Furiai.
Who's there?
I could protect her and make her my own.
Stop it!
Take her in my arms, surrender her to no man, my betrothed. She shall love only me.
Please stop!
All mine, Furiai, all mine, all mine, all mine. No man can have her, no man, not even Kaim.
No! No more!
Loves only me, looks only to me, holds only me. Furiai loves only me, me. Forgive me, deeply, deeply. Please forgive me. Gaze only on me. Please, gaze upon me. The goddess will die. The one who serves as the seal must be killed by the strain. The burden will destroy her.
No.
She is just a normal woman. One who was to lie beside you, laughing and carefree.
If she ceases to be a goddess, can she become a woman again?
For many, many years.
What should I do? I want to help her.
You need strength. Strength that comes from a pact with a dragon.
Khaim. Khaim could help.
Khaim? Allow him to bathe in her gratitude and love.
She
is my bride. She is my bride. Her kisses are mine alone. Her love is mine alone. If only I had the strength.
One of the only hints in the English version, really.
If only I had the strength.
Notice his eyes are red now. Wee-oo. At Verdelay's urging, Khaim flies to the seal in the desert, but waiting in the sky above are gargoyles. Wow, 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 wow.
If we do not stop them quickly, the temple will be lost. Now go!
He has gained red-eye disease because he decided to listen to a voice that was mimicking his own thoughts and feelings that he himself is ashamed of because he's a simpering moron. He was jealous of his betrothed who was secretly... Whoops, that's the wrong button. In love with her brother. Or I guess, sorry, openly in love with her brother. Sorry. God. I don't know what to add to that, I'm sorry. Inuarts be crazy, yo. There you go.
The desert, the sea, the forest. They are
Probably
trying to destroy a seal that protects the world.
What I don't really understand is why they would go for Inuart.
Goddess's burden grows. It must not be if the temple
Like,
seal fails.
It's kind of his thing that he's pathetic, right? Surely you could go for a better tool than him. One who would actually be useful? Just food for thought. Ignore the fact that the worst bosses in this game are the ones where we fight Inuart.
Seal is the desert temple. You must hurry there.
The goddess can relate to Inuart's stupidity. Well, you know, it's hard to argue with.
They are all that protect this world. If they are lost,
yeah, Mr. Red, absolutely. 100%. I wasn't joking when I say Inuart is one of the biggest instigators of crap going bad in this setting. No joking, no fooling. There would still be issues, but it would get better. Or at least go worse less quickly, maybe? I don't know. But at least the sky doesn't get shattered like in a certain other game I can mention.
Khaim, your sister, the goddess, despairs under the burden of her task. Forgive me. Quickly! They must not destroy the holy place. Please, hurry, Khaim.
Let me tell you a story, Rorix. Once upon a time, I worked at a retail store, right? We sold books, video games, music, magazines, stuff like that, right? Movies. While we were there, I was working there during the holiday season. Now, I'm going to stop that particular story at that point, because anybody who's ever worked retail during the holidays knows exactly what I'm referencing.
Keep chaos from the world. Come, they must never be broken.
That's true, Crimson King. That's probably why they never go after Kaim. For all his bloodlust, he does have a fairly strong will. Or do you mean this map? I mean, the map isn't great, but no. I have not... I'm not seeking negatives, I swear, guys. This isn't a hit. If I ever want a game to just absolutely shred to shreds, that'll be Ride Hell Retribution, which hopefully someday we'll stream. Yeah. But if you're referring to the fact that the map, the graphics are not good, I haven't decided what I think of that yet. I've already given a potential negative for the indoor sections. I could just bake that down into repetitive textures, which is most of my problem with the indoor sections in a nutshell. You? I've also been debating a positive for the Watchers themselves. I know that's a strange thing to say, but the reason it's a debate is because I'm not sure how much of that is actually in this game, you know? I mean, you know my policy. If something continues to be bad, or good, it deserves additional positives and negatives. That's been the policy for a long time now. So, several of those negatives might duplicate. We'll see. But yeah, I think the Watchers are a cool concept. They're an eldritch abomination. You know, they are straight up Lovecraftian, but they're different than your typical Cthulhu thing, mostly in presentation. And I think that's part of what helps salvage them for me. They're also defeatable, which helps, but I don't know. I just kind of like the concept. We'll see what we think of it. We'll see what we think of it.
Time, the temple will be...
part of the reason I'm hesitating is I know with total certainty that I wouldn't like the Watchers as much, if not for Automata. Because I didn't like the Watchers as much until I went through Automata for the first time. Jeez, I'm still missing several up there. Oh, I'm sorry, Oryx, I never finished my point. Repetitive music! I feel like that was the point I was making, that's all. You get to a point where it's just... I'd like to say you get used to it, but that's actually not true. At least not for me. I don't know, maybe I'm just a terrible person who doesn't adapt to anything, but I don't get used to that. Instead, it just kind of gets worse. 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 And I'm trying really hard not to be aggressively negative towards this game. And does this answer your question, Spartan? Yeah, the other way they're not Lovecraftian, by the way, is that they really notice us and actively care about us. Like, we are their primary motivation. A true Lovecraftian thing isn't even aware you exist because it's so far beyond you, or so uncaring. So, that's the other way they're not truly Lovecraftian.
The Imperial...
Once again, making them better than Lovecraftian. Sorry.
They are the enemy of the flying dragon.
No to both, Venters, unless they've been ported to something else. Really? I didn't know that in the first mission I could do that in.
Ewart's heart falling in the sand. Where is he?
Awful. I've already given it a negative, Spartan. I might give it a second one later. This combat is... I can't describe it. I mean, I tried to describe it. It feels terrible. It is so stiff and so stilted and imprecise. It's hard to aim. There's effectively no camera control. And also, this is all the combat you're seeing. Well, that's not fair. That's not fair. Hang on. Now you've seen all the combat. Well, I haven't seen much, Dakota, but that's a good question. We should come up with some lore for them. For the other people who are in our heads. We've got the drill sergeant. Who we killed years ago. That makes it even better. We've killed the drill sergeant.
The seal must hold. It must.
So we actually killed this guy when we saw him. But what aspect of our broken psyche does he represent? Is it all of them? Oops. Yeah, the dragon stuff is alright. The reason I'm really hesitant to give it a positive is because I remember the later missions, which just get unforgivable. Or, unforgiving, excuse me. Get unforgiving.
Why does the Empire wish to destroy the seals? Do they seek the seeds of resurrection?
What? I mean, there's repetitive dialogue, and then there's, we've literally already said this before. From the same character.
Be careful.
So Ewart is not here.
Like, you told us that, whatever. Yep, thank you. Thank you, Collective. Oh, there you go. This was the priest who was going to officiate the wedding between Inuart and our sister. And if we want to go messed up, we can make our character really possessive of our sister. Like, not in a romantic way, but, you know, no one can have her. Just in general. That's part of our headcanoning here. Oh, those enemies suck.
No! May the gods have mercy upon us!
They really actively are not going to have mercy on you. They deliberately seek your destruction. I don't even know why off the top of my head. Leonard, well, now hang on. It's possible in the English version his disgusting proclivities are not actually in the game. So, in the English version here, how do we make Leonard? He was the clown. We hired a clown in order to ruin the wedding. We were going to sabotage the wedding. Because nobody likes clowns, right? And then he got knocked down, like you do. This takes way more concentration than it deserves. Yeah, it just occurred to me, a lot of the stuff we're talking about might actually be completely absent the English version. I'm not sure. We'll have to pay attention as we go. I know the Baby Eater is in the English version, because me and my friend wouldn't stop making fun about the fact that they added a Baby Eater to the game. And she's pretty overt about it. So anyways, we hired Leonard to be the clown to ruin the wedding, but he failed! Because his whole village was killed. That obviously pissed us off, so we killed him. Like, we're basically a straight-up Bond villain. We just kill people for no good reason. So, here's a good reason not to use magic. They're immune. I was just thinking, man, I wish I could cast on these guys, but no. No. Don't worry. She just wants to hug us, Mr. Red. It's cool. It's cool.
The attack was only a diversion. Caim, you must return to the seal at once.
Dude, I would totally have sex with Cray, I'm just saying. That woman, oof. Especially her voice actress.
Good. Now we can hurry to the seal.
Yeah, who wouldn't, am I right? Angelus, how do you have sex with a dragon? Don't answer that. Just leave that one where it lies.
The temple is ahead. You must cut a path through.
No, but see, those dragons can shapeshift. This is just a dragon. She can't shapeshift. So you gotta make the biology work out somehow.
Servants of the darkness, be gone!
Yeah, no kidding, Jalota. How do I fix this? The Temple of the Desert. The Imperial Army swarms about it, intent on the seal's destruction, and now ghostly wraiths rise from the ground and set upon Caim.
Destroy the spirits of hell!
Is there a hell in this setting? Or are you just being facetious? No judgment, I'm just curious. Notice we're still using this axe, by the way. I'm gonna go ahead and reveal something. I remember going through the majority of this game with this axe, which, if you're paying attention, is the second weapon you get in the entire game. Yeah, hell, oh, that would be funny. Hell is actually paradise compared to the Earth in this
They
setting.
seem to react to large movements.
Yes, Mr. Red. Now we just have to decide who Inuit is. Well, no, we already know who Inuit is. Sorry. We shouldn't go that far. But we do have other party members in a bit. We can decide their fates. Because we've got Lady Baby Eater. We've got the kid.
All the spirits from the temple, drive them away now!
What am I missing? Our quest objective remains kill all the things. Okay. If I have to, I guess. So this is the same setting, but a different world, Dirk. That's the simplest way to put it. There is a connection, but in my opinion, this game is more connected to Nier Automata than it is to Nier. And I've said that before, and I'll say it again.
Imperial forces are drawn to the seal, like moths to a flame. Are the other temples safe?
Pretty sure I had a strategy game for this, or strategy guide for this game, Melkor. I like Dakota's idea. She was a completely normal person, and she traveled with us for 5 minutes, and she turned to baby eating. Because, you know, she was traveled with us for 5 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chain knockdown. Savicom, Leaf, run! Run while you still can! Get out! There we go. Just notice these aren't red. It's the other way. Strafing runs! Strafing runs! Woo! Yeah, the Empire has the next best thing to no characterization in this game. In fact, for the longest time, I thought they were just not an entity at all, given the whole, you know, mind control, red eyes thing going on. I'm glad you like the DQ runs, at least, even though 3 was nowhere near as good as I was hoping it would be, but whatever. Yeah, get out. It's okay, the brother-sister incest isn't really in this game, because it's the English version. The baby eating is, though. There is definitely baby eating. You gotta be careful of that. I am pretty strange for not liking grind. Apparently. I've got some interesting comments about that on the VOD, let me tell you what. Genesis games are okay, as long as they are in this. This is the requirement. If they're on this, done. If they're not, no. And that's the limitation. Where are we at? I can't go over the ramp. I think they're supposed to be flaming arrows. The mentality behind what, Narset? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, and one of the endings would kill our sister, kind of. Although, I don't want to spoil too much, but... Well, that would be case-by-case Melkor Blade, and something that is harder to track. But, if it's on that, or it's on Steam, or whatever, then sure.
Is it their will?
Put simply, no actual Genesis games will be allowed, only if they have been ported forwards. Onto the Switch, or onto Steam. Yeah, I mean, you could argue we don't kill her. That's a valid interpretation of that ending. I'll admit, of all the endings, that one amused me the most. That's why I laugh about it. So, yeah. Please don't be red. Oh, thank goodness. There's some reds, but the target isn't red, and that's the part that matters. See you around, Jesse's Mask. Also known as Jesse P. The Legend. Damn it! Can't hit this guy. Honestly, I'm hating it more than I thought I would, Mr. Red. But we'll see what we think of it when we get to the actually hard stuff. We're not there yet. No, no! Be dead. So when was our last save? Yep. Run! Okay. In a safe spot.
Is that Inuart's heart?
Get off the screen, old man. I can't see what I'm doing. Cheesing it. Ba-ba-boo-doo-doo. Technically, we don't take damage from getting dismounted, even though I'm at 1 health here.
The Imperial commanders have appeared on the battlefield.
Oh, there's our sergeant friend again. I know, Sergeant, whatever. We need to come up with a name for him. Yeah, we're at 0 health again. Remind you once again, we are on easy. Yeah, who we butchered. Look, we made all the way up that rope. I don't care what he says. Sergeant Benjamin, I like it, I like it. Engaging gameplay. Sorry. Negativity taking over! See, I actually made a pact with video games as a concept, and as a result, all my positivity was drained out of me. I no longer have the ability to be positive about things. No. Hang on. I got a better one. I made a pact with YouTube, and now I can't be positive about things anymore. That's right, this game has turned me into a raging, murdering psychopath. Yes, that's right, a sociopath who is a psychopath. So as you kill enemies, you gain exp, and as you gain exp, your attack goes up, and that's pretty much it. That's how you upgrade the dragon. Oh, the Empire from here, honestly, Nethrius. There is no characterization of the Empire in this game at all. They get characterized in ancillary works and I think in Drakengard 2. I forget when, but they bring it up later in later stuff. In FF2, at least there's something there. And for the most part, the Empire is actually controlled by people. And not run by... Well, let's just say that when we meet the leader of this group, I remember the first time that happened to me, and I was legitimately like, wait, what? That's... You're the leader.
The horror! I have never seen such sacrilege!
But what? Was pretty much my reaction to that. Oh, crap. Close. Another thing I've been thinking about in the story positives and negatives territory is the game actually has some decent setup in several regards. There's a lot of question prompting, like, hey, what's this? Or why is this? It gets you a little bit engaged in what's going on. And then the answers, the payoff, is, well, I don't want to say terrible. Unsatisfying might be a better word. That's funny, Melkor Blade. Yeah, the rating. Yeah, exactly. Later on, there's going to be a lot of... What? And we've already had like 3 or 4 of those moments. These harsh captures. There we go. This is the benefit of not being able to hover, right here. Strafing gameplay. I suppose I could blow a spell on this guy, but I feel like there might be another wave. It's a waste to use a spell on one guy, you know. And again, this guy, he's a champ. Look at this.
The seal.
Oh no.
The seal is broken.
What do we do? Oh, here we go. Save. That's the first thing we do. Save. There we go. Are you seriously not going to let me go up there? But yes, in case you missed that, the world has just ended. I'm not actually joking. I mean, it's not finished ending yet, but... You're seriously gonna force me to fight those guys with 0 health. You're seriously... Okay. Well, anyways, let me go ahead and check that donation that came in earlier. Oh, we're just kind of chilling. No, they leash really badly in this game. I don't know if you've actually seen that. But, there's some pretty bad leashing. Well, it looks like Shining Force and Shining Force 2 are on this. So, thank you very, very much, Ventures. As always, much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, we're technically hovering for certain definitions of the word. Did we just drift off the... Oh my god. I've never even heard of it, Luke. So I'm gonna go with no. They're right here, Von Falkenstein. They're on the Switch. That was my requirement. If they've been ported to something else, I can look into it later, but I know they're on the Switch because I've got it right there. Health! Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. We may not have to cheat yet. Woo!
This place has fallen. We should return to the goddess.
Okay. That's cool. I don't think I have an opinion on them, Game Master me. I'm sure there's plenty of them out there we still don't know about. Kaim's efforts are in vain and the seal of the desert is destroyed. Off camera. Bitterly disappointed, Kaim and Verdale return to where Furie awaits them. There they show her Inuart's harp, which they found on the desert floor. What does the lost harp mean? At that moment, a strange voice beckons to them. I love these town sequences, by the way. This is what I think of when I think of town music. Alright, time to get my shopping done. This is... I shouldn't call you that.
You are safe. But where is Inuart? His harp.
It was lying on the desert sands.
Highness, does the burden grow greater now the desert seal is broken?
I am well. Quite well. But what of Inuart?
And why did you faint?
Kaim, can you hear that?
Apparently I can. Who knew?
This is weak and faint. I would not expect you to hear it.
Tell me, do you plan to seek out this voice?
If we ignore it, the consequences may be grave.
The weak would do well to know their own limits, old man.
Do you know from where this voice beckons?
From an imperial jail in the desert.
So... I've been debating how to describe this, because I want to give us negative to story. Now, I don't know if the game deserves it yet, but we've started to see the beginnings of it. And I've been trying to think of how to phrase this. Yes, Gowl is pronounced jail. It always throws me a little bit, too. There's a total disconnect in the narrative that I don't know how else to phrase. Anybody who's played this game knows what I'm talking about. Stuff just kind of happens. And then we're just supposed to kind of figure out what's going on based on people's random comments while doing stuff totally unrelated. And that's a fairly consistent thread. And again, that shows up a lot more in the later missions. It's only kind of started showing up. But yeah, there's like a weird execution to the story, which I think is one of the reasons this game has a reputation for having an impenetrable story, is specifically because, hey, what? Hey, what? Wait, what? And it's just... But I'm not sure how to clarify that or quantify that. I suppose I could check the audit list. We have that now. Yeah, there's a lot of, hey, this happened. Wait, what? Yeah, no, this happened. Okay. Yeah, you see why I'm struggling with what to call this. I suppose this would be the opposite of like good storyboarding or good pacing or good visual storytelling. I'm debating what to put this under. Plot contrivance, maybe? I suppose this could also be the opposite of consequence storytelling, now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm saying this out loud, I think more than anything else, this boils down to bad pacing. I know that sounds like a strange way to phrase that, but because stuff just kind of happens and is thrown at you and you're told stuff off camera, there's no pacing to the story, right? It's just beat, 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 beat. Like, there's no pattern. There's no flow whatsoever. It just, stuff happens, right? I don't know. I'll have to keep debating that, but I'm going to jot down a potential negative for pacing issues. I mean, it's entirely possible that this is just a severe case of gameplay and story segregation. I don't know. Oops.
We must clear them away, then hurry to that voice.
Okay. Do it. Did you know you're evil? Did you know you're playing an evil character? Do you feel bad about playing an evil character? You should feel bad about playing an evil character.
If you are truly her brother, you would not be so quick to bloody your sword.
Did you know you're playing an evil character? Okay, I was just making light fun, but that's literally 2 beats in a row. Run right after the other. You know, you're evil. I'm just saying. Jesus. Oh yeah, I remember these enemies. Oh. As you know, you're incredibly evil. But with the wraiths, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't remember. I mostly remember the dude who wouldn't die because I had to redo that mission like 30 times. Death hurts. Dying hurts the soul.
Kang, do you wish to kill the entire Empire alone?
You're evil! Sadly, we can no longer laugh maniacally. Sadness. So I'm going to go ahead and say this out loud now. These sections are actually kind of growing on me a little bit. Just a little bit. And I think I'm willing to potentially add a positive for these. Because I'm almost guaranteed to add a negative to them later.
Or do you seek to recruit him in a mad duel?
Did you know? I'm sorry, some of the later dragon missions are total bull crap. If you've played this game, you know what I mean by that. That's possible, Narset. I don't know. Like, you think these enemies are bad. These are just, they have a shield and you have to wait until their shield isn't up kind of enemies. Pretty basic, really. The biggest problem with the Reapers is that they lock your camera while you're doing it. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Dr. Winter. Wouldn't be the first time we've given a plus and a negative for the same thing. Yeah, I really do feel this game would be much better if there were no ground sections. But I've stated that opinion already.
The Imperial prison is before us. The voice emanates from there.
Alright, so let's go ahead and jot down. Our first gameplay positive, maybe. I'll keep debating it, but I will admit, it's the only gameplay positive I thought I would give this game before I picked it up, before I played it, so it wouldn't surprise me if we do give a positive for that. It's specifically the air missions, though, not the over-the-ground missions. No, I haven't actually used What's-His-Face yet in ours, so I should probably do it at some point.
No matter how much I hear it, I can't avoid that voice.
Is that so? I've grown fond of it, I have.
Long as it's a woman, huh? You're the odd one. Liking an elf like that. Have you seen her eyes? Pretty scary if you ask me. Even when she smiles, they're dead.
Me, I feel sorry for her. Better for her if she had died with the rest of her family. Right then, let's go settle her down.
So yeah, that's the baby eater.
She'll get you for sure.
That's all right. We're not her type now, are we?
What the? Oh, bloody hell! The Union! They're attacking!
I mean, the fairy said it clearly earlier. Dying is a good thing.
It is too soon for you to die. Now, you will come with us.
Urged on by a Verdelay, Kaim takes to the air to find the Imperial jail from whence the voice seems to come. There he finds one who's made a pact with spirits of water and fire. Theirs will be an ill-starred meeting. That's one way to put that. Is ending D the ending? Because if so, then yeah, I would agree. If it's not, then I don't know.
Why does man lock his fellow man in cages?
Because we're evil, did you know? Did you know that at the beginning of every lore week, you are evil? I was saying, I thought that was E ending, which is probably why I'm remembering it as such. E is an epsilon, not E is in delta. Drakengard fans, unite! Form of tolerating bullcrap! I'm sorry, I had to. Are there multiple save files? That's a good question. I think there are. I mean, it's a PS2 game.
Dead. They are all dead.
There are dozens of us. Nay, several. I gotta be real, if you suggest Drakengard 2 or 3, I'm just gonna straight up say no. Just gonna lock that in right now. Just be real clear about it. The only reason Drakengard got in is because it got suggested at a point in time which I was allowing anything as long as it was playable. That's pretty much the only requirement was, is the game playable? Okay, then it's in. We are a little stricter about the requirements for allowing games to be added to the list nowadays. Oh yeah, so what's the baby eater in our voice, or in our head? Now we already decided that she might have gone mad from watching us, be us for a minute. But the question is, did we kill her, and then she's a voice in our head? Or is she just a voice in our head? Like, did we force her to live, and that's why she eats babies?
The voice is close.
Wait!
But the enemy is everywhere.
I've got it. Okay, so, she doesn't actually eat babies. She just really likes baby back ribs. But we're so messed up that we automatically presume that that means eating actual baby ribs. We don't know what that means because we're just that, you know, we're just that diseased and violent. So we think she's messed up because we presume she eats babies. And it's like, God, woman, what is wrong with you? And she's just like, what, but... And she doesn't understand, right? Because obviously, why would she? You know. What's wrong with eating ribs? You're messed up, lady. Enemies can dodge. Oh, yeah.
We're children of the gods, yet still we wage war.
We are not children of the gods in this setting. Holy crap. Unless they are, like, just the worst parents ever. My god.
The voice comes from nearby. Perhaps it is time to find it.
We're making up lore, Pajama Day. We're headcanoning for fun. The boring in-universe explanation.
Not even the survivors will have any future. Help quickly.
The boring in-universe thing is that she actually lost her ability to have children. And there's some other wonderful she went crazy because of death of family members that she was watching kind of a thing going on. And so she eats babies to make up for that. There you go. We're good. I was about to say, how do you have bad Star Fox? And I was like, oh, wait. I know exactly what bad Star Fox is like. Never mind. Wait. Help people? Now, we know that dying is a good thing, so we can help a lot of people. I think you're right about Wolfenstein, but I don't remember specifically.
The voice has become more unstable. If we do not hurry...
Of course they're red. Why wouldn't they be? It might be at the point where I need to start switching weapons. I don't know. What's funny is this weapon is still not level 3, by the way. Despite the fact that we've been using it the entire game. I could see that, Narset. I could agree with that. It was a hell of a fight, too, if memory serves. Oh my god. Yes, that's correct, Wonton. It's how many kills you get, either with the weapon or while the weapon's equipped. I don't actually remember which. I used to know. Because, you know, min-maxing. I suppose. Maybe... Oh, if we want to go full tilt with this. Maybe Kaim actually is just a Malkavian, and all of this is just him, you know, interpreting whatever's actually happening. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This might be it. We might be at the cheat point. Alright. Yep, Kaim does get trapped into Tokyo. Spoilers. The land of the gods. Excuse me. Why would you want to name them Snow White? Wait a minute, are you insane? Are you Kaim, Gum Gum? I knew it. It's okay, no judgment. I mean, I actually get a lot of judgment because you're an insane, psychopathic madman, but, you know. That's the joke about Wolfenstein, Yes. I thought we knew what happened to Angelus. Like, didn't they experiment with her and used her to make, like, some part of the experimental program, which was part of the anti-Legion thing? God, I don't remember the specifics. Yeah, I thought we knew what happened to Angelus. Oh, that's the wrong button.
I saw it.
Yeah, I just used that on people who are literally immune to it.
What is this?
He's trying to dismount.
Trying to tell us.
I'm as a math teacher. You fool! Two plus 2 does not equal 5, even under certain circumstances. And then he just rushes up and beheads the kid. Yeah, this is why I use the axe right here. It doesn't do the greatest damage, but, you know, juggle, juggle, juggle. Oh yeah, so does anyone remember how to summon an ally? Because I don't. Let's try it. Where's these dudes? Where's these dudes? There. No, it is not circle, and we're dead. Hang on, so let's rewind. Ah, crap. That's the beginning of the mission. Didn't save. So it's not O. A, or whatever you want to call that. And it's also not select, triangle, square, or X.
The void has become more.
No, come. It's a joke. Oh my god. I'm not going to tell you to chill, but it's a joke. It's a strange and inhuman concept that you've probably never heard of. I have no idea what sarcasm is. According to some people. It is circle. I might not have anybody equipped. That's possible. Would I trust the Watchers to give me a glass of water? No, I would not. Holding circle is also not doing anything.
From whence does it come?
So yeah, I probably just don't have one equipped and don't remember how to equip one. Yeah, the water is not water, and also curses you, and you're dead. Thanks! Thanks, Watchers. Appreciate that, jackasses. Like, it would be some kind of total assholery, too. It wouldn't just be a thing where they're like, yeah, you're dead. No, there would be some kind of ironic horribleness to it, because they just want to mess with you, you know? Like, you know, we were just gonna kill you, but then we had a better idea. How would you like to be thirsty for the rest of your life? But every time you take a drink, what happens is it doesn't quench you, but you get thirstier. It's like the eternal itch, right? No matter how much you itch it, it just keeps itching more, forever. So you have to resist drinking until you can't resist drinking anymore, and you finally take a drink, and then it gets worse, which makes it harder to resist drinking, which makes it worse again. Oh yeah, and you're cursed with eternal life because screw you! Ugh, the Watchers are just the worst. One of the things I liked about the ending of Nier Automata. Kiss hands. Spoilers, sorry. Yeah, would you like a nice tall glass of Tartarus? Or Tartarus? I've heard it's pronounced all sorts of different ways.
Light? I saw it.
Light? What is this voice?
Oh no, there's no exit clause. Why would the Watchers add an exit clause to one of their torments? Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say it. That's a really good point. Well, the good news, Gum Gum, is you're actually probably not insane. I'm no hell professional, but no, you're probably not insane. Insane people have issues. You do not. And you're probably thinking, yes, I do. No, you don't. Insane people would slather their box in mayonnaise and then carry it upstairs and then put it in the corner. Actually, that's true. The Watchers are arrogant enough, they might add an impossible clause to the torment. You have to take me to the moon. Is this the same literal map as the last one? I think it is. Wow. Get rid of everything that isn't them here. Hurt a little bit, but cool. I mean, again, I get it, you know, asset reuse, because first game, because I have no idea what they're doing. I get it, I get it. Make it good. It's understandable. God, Narset. I mean, I don't have to imagine that. I remember my first time playing this game. The what counter was pretty high on my first playthrough of this game.
Time. Let the gods soothe your heart. In these times...
Go to hell! Let the gods soothe your heart. Okay. Oh, great gods of the near setting, what should I do? You should kill yourself. What? You should kill yourself after killing all humans in the entire world and then destroying the world. Okay. Swinging an axe, swinging an axe. Where are you, jackasses? There you are. Oh no, there's no way to stop butchering. They just really like to hammer in the point that, hey, did you know you're evil? Not really, Arthur V. Awesome, no. I mean, they kind of do, in the fact that they have different combo numbers, so like different hits per swing. And some of the swings are different, like this one starts off with a jab, whereas the sword starts off with a swipe. And then, like, the hammer starts off with the downswing. And this thing kind of is a jab. But that's the variance right there. Ooh, vacation. I hope you have a good one, Gum Gum. And if you don't, mayonnaise. You're looking at it, Arthur V. Awesome. This is a juggler weapon. As you notice, it's just knockbacking. It doesn't have a lot of damage, but it's a mez weapon. It's like hair. There's better weapons. I may not get them on this playthrough. We'll see. I noticed my cheats don't have a give me all weapons cheat, so I think if at the very least, based on that, ending E is going to be YouTube territory.
The voice is coming from this direction. But the Empire will not let us by easily.
I'll do the mud bath any day. Yeah, that's true. We have not killed a single innocent person. hell's bells? We haven't killed any named people yet. Just to really drive this point in. Glad you liked it. Yeah, mayo doesn't literally make me hurl, not to the point of, say, like, black licorice, but no thank you to the mayonnaise. It's very gross for me. Damn it. What music, Inosians? All I hear is the drumbeat of reality, telling me I must kill and kill! That probably sucks, doesn't it? I say probably, I don't drink tea either, so I'm not sure. Different reason. Tea just hurts my throat. Yeah, like this country, mayo is just way overused in the country I live in. Right up there with ranch. Alright, I believe that's all we got. Yep. Alright, so. For Christ's sakes.
But the Empire will not let us buy easily.
Yes, I can. Don't lie to me, game. Don't lie to me, game. Well, Thousand Island isn't incredibly disgusting, but it is very gross. It's so gross that I think anyone who eats it is technically committing a war crime by eating Thousand Island dressing. It's just, it's that bad. You cannot dismount the dragon here. What? Okay. It's okay, Narset. I'm gonna take a nap soon, too. I can't believe we've been playing this for about 5 hours already. I mean, I can, because, my brains. My brains, my brains. And we're dead. Wow. Okay. You know what? I really don't care, so let's see if our cheats work, shall we? Let's just hit the cheat flag and be done with it. Just it. And let's see if the cheats work. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Thank you, Indiana Joe. Very much, as always. Yeah, 5 hours in, we're already cheating. No, I don't feel bad about that. So one of the cheats is working, I can tell immediately. What's one of the cheats? Well, let me demonstrate more clearly. Poke. Yeah, one-hit kill. I'm not actually sure what other cheats we have, but I know we have the one-hit kill cheat. Okay, well, that's interesting.
But the Empire will not.
So we do not have infinite health. That's good to know. 1 second. I want to try something just super quick. This will not take me long. This is the most epic file changing I've ever done. Epic file changing. Switching out a file for another one. Super epic. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Let's enable that cheat. Okay, so that cheat worked. Look at our health. We have a little more health now. A little bit more. Still one-hit killing. Although we can really define this by poke, poke. Poke, poke. I don't know how to, Pajama Day. I mean, I could try to find a pre-existing save, maybe. But this is the extent of my knowledge of cheats right now. Yeah, well, cheats are a go. I repeat, cheats are a go. Just leveling all these weapons while we're here, because why not? Just in case I do decide to go for it. Get the prep work done out of the way. You don't see what we're doing here. Basically, we're getting 1,000 kills per strike.
From an imperial jail, but
God, this is a terrible sword. Oh God, that is hard to control. What else we got? Oh, back to Bonebreaker. Well, I feel like I just answered that eclectic, but I'm not gonna blame you.
yes, the voice comes from this jail. Go with caution.
Yes, that's right. I am so bloodthirsty, I'm killing 1,000 people every time I kill someone in one hit. Oops, wrong button. That is the extent of my rage, my bloodthirstiness. This was the message Yoko Taro really insisted upon right here. This was the truth all along. I've already decided, you know how I like to put a little bit of a thing where I, you know, why I cheat and how I cheat? In this one, I'm just going to put under the cheat section. Oh, geez, that's terrible to put him. Yep, I'm spamming familicide, that's exactly right.
See the blood and idols beget each other.
Yeah, for those of you not aware, familicide is a real spell. It's exactly as horrible as it sounds. I need to figure out... Oh, I don't know. See you around Narset, for real. I'm curious. Yep, I appear to have infinite mana. Let's see what other spells we got here, shall we? Good morning, Mother Musette. So apparently we need the mana before we can use it. That sucks. Oh, I guess it's only level 1. So that's... so that's the lightning spell. We already tried that out. Let's see what this thing is. That's right, it's so powerful it kills the immune to magic people. That's not a bad spell, actually, which is good, because this weapon is crap. Nice little AoE spell. Spread. Oh god, I don't know, Rex. But that means I need to reach her, which means I need to get all the weapons. I may just walk through it, I don't know. I don't remember how bad getting all the weapons really is.
The voice changes. It becomes faint.
I think you're right, Wanta. And then we're back to... Let's get some mana going. Stop orgasming. That's Leonard's job! Sorry, I had to. Yeah, and with instant kill, that might not be as bad, Rex. I'll need to pull up a list at some point. Probably in about 40 minutes here. Let's see what it requires. Because, yeah, I can just do stuff like that. Over and over and over again. So let's see if we level any weapons at the end of this. Wait. Just in case. There we go.
Good. The voice is close. Not long now.
Maximum chain. Hang on. Give it a second. This is how many people we kill in one chain, if you're wondering. Almost there. There we go. So let's see how much experience we get here. Levels are almost totally worthless. They're just there to give you more health, which if we're paying attention, we already have max health, but... And the dragon actually gets something from level. She gets more attack power. And she is now maxed on that. Hang on, there might be another thing once we get to a menu. Tyrant's Hammer is now level 4. Knight's Vow is now level 4. Bonebreaker is now level 4. Kaim's Sword is now level 4. No, we're not going to beat this game today. You kidding? We haven't even gotten to the bad stuff yet. I forgot they changed appearances too, admittedly.
You too have a packed beast. What is your name?
Adios.
I forgot how to pronounce that.
You surrendered your womb.
Tell me, are there any children here?
Fear not, they have been evacuated.
So there are none here. A pity. They're so sweet. But an adult will suffice.
Get back, elf.
She's trying to eat us, if you're missing that. No, not like that.
This lock spell will hold her, but for how long I cannot say. I will take her with me for her own good, as well as for others around her.
So this is what you call human kindness?
No. No, I don't. But thanks for asking.
So pretty!
In the hells. Ugh. So she joined our party now. Now, considering this woman has literally tried to eat us, why do we let her join the party? I know. token evil party member is kind of a thing in a lot of RPGs. But, I mean, limits, you know?
Oh, so the dragon grows stronger. And as pact partner, you too grow stronger, Cain.
So it's time for chapter dumb. I mean, 4, sorry. See if I can remember how to set an ally. Chapter 4, dumb. She can't eat our enemies, that's true. We could supply her with lots of stuff. There we go. So, we will equip Ariosh. Yep.
So pretty!
And we're gonna go ahead and swap out some weapons too. Just to level them, just why not, really. Although we haven't really been collecting weapons, so it looks like that's it for right now. Meanwhile...
That smell.
Another dragon?
Inuart.
With a dragon? That means you have made a pact.
Furiai, come with me. There is nothing to fear. The world will be better now. You need not be the only sacrifice.
The only sacrifice. You'll still be sacrificed, but don't worry. We're going to sacrifice a lot of other people.
I'm not weak anymore, Cain. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm strong now.
Inuart.
I traded my songs for strength, Cain. I can protect you now, Furiai. Don't give me that face, Cain. I can see the scorn in your eyes. You would sacrifice your own sister in the service of revenge!
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm evil. What? Love his hair, by the way. No. So, ow. Ugh. I'm the only one allowed to eat dragons. Counts, the answer to that is no, Mr. Good. So anyways, he effortlessly defeats us. Like you do. How do you cut with that weapon?
tale without song.
Oh no, he is just the worst boss in this whole game. I think it's the second time we fight him specifically, but if there's one fight I remember most horribly in this game, it is fighting him. Absolutely despise that fight. It's ugh. Now I plan to one-shot him, but you know. I point my sword
When
at you.
Inuar turned his sword on me, I felt no compassion or mercy, not even fear. No, only anger filled my heart. What right do I have to preach to others now?
Dude, is this really the time for this? Do you need to have a crisis of conscience now? Anyways. Yeah, the time limit is probably the worst part. Because eventually you could just outlast him, but... Oof.
So many of them, it seems...
So let's see how our cheats work in the sky, shall we? I already chose my ally, don't worry. It's unequipped it. Never mind. All I'm saying, Schmettles, is we got some stuff going on, you know? There's kind of busy right now. Oh my god, do you see what the terrain is doing? I think that's a byproduct of cheat, because I don't remember it doing that before. Look at that, look at that. Watch. The game won't crash again. Because the cheats are stabilizing it somehow. That'd be funny. Unlikely, though. Yeah, as I say, that feels like the cheats are removing or lowering the fog or something. Oh, it's weird. Oh, no. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's widescreening it. And I don't know how to get rid of that. I could probably try to get rid of that. Yeah, no. It's like it's called widescreen fix, is what that's called. And that's exactly what's happening. It's not, of course. So hang on, let's see if I can get rid of the widescreen fix there. I'm not sure why you'd even want that. Convenient crash is convenient. Yeah, it's literally pointless for me. Let's see, where is it? No, it's... Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's gone now? Not in a minute. Because it'll be really obvious. Like, I noticed that the second that showed up. Hopefully it's not stuck that way because we're relying on save states. If it is, we can just actually load a save and figure it out. So, boop. Okay. You're right. Why did we change save slots? When did we change save slots? How do we change save slots? mean, I could do it by mouse, but I'd kind of like to, you know... I guess I could do this. I could do this. And then we'll just... save. Hang on. Little disoriented. Little disoriented. Give me a second. Okay, how's the ground? Nope, the ground's still bad. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and finish this mission, get a normal save in, and then restart everything, and hope that that goes away. Oh, I'm at a fat-fingered F2. Yep, there we go. There we go. Save. There we go. Perfect.
One who enters a pact is willing to exchange the irreplaceable.
With their hair.
Were the elves attacked so that they could no longer guard the seal?
No, they were attacked because they were bored. They'll have to deal with their shields.
Resurrection appear when the world ends.
Really?
So say the legends.
The music is literally looping. Not in a haha this music sucks way, in a I think the music is literally looping.
None can know the world's fate if the goddess is lost. Could this be the end?
Oh, okay, it stopped. It stopped. We're okay. We're okay. Maybe. They're everywhere, S.A. Ross. You can't even see them. There's so many of them, they overwhelm the screen. That's how good this game is. It's almost as good as the Season 6 ender, but not quite. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, I've watched it several times, but we'll see what we think about it when we get back to it. 2 weeks off, still.
Pieces to what awful puzzle.
Yes, yes, I'd agree with everything you just said, Angelus. Crit source. Yeah, I should probably be saving a lot more frequently. Well, I'd rather like, you know, someone else in that very same episode, but... and also someone else. and a fourth character, and a fifth character. Look, I like everyone, okay? Shut up. Sorry, I don't mean to be so positive. I do think it's the first time that the villain, I'm going to say that vaguely, just in the off chance of spoilers, is actually an interesting character. But that's just my opinion. Okay.
We must halt their advance. Our army is overwhelmed.
What army? Are you on crack, sir? I have done all the crack. It empowers me. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to see how the next mission looks. And if we still got issues, we're just going to reload, right?
If we
looks okay.
Imperial troops, the Union will suffer. Time, can you scatter their army?
Yeah, this is part of that disconnect thing, by the way. There's several references to the fact that the Union exists and is fighting, and there's an army. We don't see any of that. It's like being told, yeah, no, there's totally some kind of, there's just this, oh, it's horrible. There's zombies everywhere, and you're just stuck down there in the cellar, terrified that, you know, society has ended. Definitely not referencing South Park here. Makes so much sense. Shikor, we're actually killing Union troops because we just can't tell the difference anymore. Well, there's a weapon. I'll take that. Why are we see-through? Why are we see-through?
The Empire is gathering its forces for a final battle. We need your help, Kain.
Okay, I really didn't mean anything, game, with the repetition thing. Could you please stop making repetitive music, please? Please?
I cannot help but feel concern for the goddess. I think you worry as well, Kain.
No, not really. She chose her fate. The moment she was written by Yoko Taro. If you've seen the interviews where he talks about how he designed her, it's kind of messed up, but almost amusing. Basically, he was talking about how much he disliked that archetype that she is. And so wrote a character to deliberately be the archetype he can't stand. Because screw you. And screw her, honestly. People are dead now. Like all of the people are dead. There we go. No, I forget what it's called, Good Source, but it's the completely passive damsel in distress kind of a thing. Yeah, I can kill these, even though they're immune to me.
We would do well to kill as many as we can, Kain.
Oh, you heard him. Kill as many as we can. Yes, Master. Of course, Master. Mind. This is the best game I've ever played, Deckfish. I mean, let's just be very clear about this for a second. Verdelay's actual non-headcanon, non-joking character arc is a...
Does the spilling of the blood of so many amuse you so?
His actual arc is that he met someone who was effectively a raging, violent psychopath who was threatening him.
Too much at the back of your shield, and you may begin to forget the enemy.
Who was trying to kill him and his charge and kill the entire world. And he committed the horrific sin of feeling no compassion for that horrific enemy. And therefore, the next logical step is to embrace wanton slaughter and genocide.
The Empire's army has broken through the center of the wastelands. Stop the advance.
This is not a joke. That is actually his arc. Now, the implication I always took from this is that Verdelay was always a mass-murdering psychopath. Like, he was always... But wait, no. I should... Oh, you're right, Monta, I absolutely should. And, like, no, he should... He should be better than this. And then, you know, because he refused to have compassion that one time, that was the excuse, right? That was the time where it's like, finally! I can finally stop pretending to be a good person. Kill them all! And that's always been my headcanon on the matter. I don't know if that's the actual explanation or not. It's entirely possible this is just, you know... Alright.
Where are my children?
Drive the finishing blow into their retreating backs. Gods. Here's our...
So that's her spell. By the way, in case you missed that dialogue or no, it just said that the subhumans... Hang on, maybe it'll show me. Yep, the commanders of the subhuman troops are fleeing. Stop them before they reach the plain. Just to really emphasize this here. So this is how summons work, by the way. You notice our health bar is ticking down? That's our timer for being an ally. So we got a couple spells. There's our tap. Charge. And we're back. That's how allies work.
The bodies pile higher, even as the flowers on the graves wither.
Did you know you're evil? Destroy the enemy forces. They are flying towards the slow speed. Let not one escape. So that's this little spell.
The goddess. Her feelings for you are special.
Would you stop?
What good is that knowledge to you?
What?
I understand your passion, but should you slaughter with such reckless abandon?
Alright. I'm gonna jot down a potential negative for me dropping my controller. Oh hey, I have camera control here. Woo! For just the preaching. I don't know what else to call it. The you're evil repeating. Like, okay, I get it. It's arguably the main theme of the whole story. But goddamn, rein it in a little. God. Okay, real talk for a second. I didn't really think we'd get a lot of negatives to story when it comes to this game. But, I mean, hey, whatever. That is a buff feeling. I get it. You're evil. Can we go? Is that a thing we can do? We've already leveled that thing. High card. Like, again, I get it. I get it. It's the point. It's the main narrative construct. It's just... Yeesh. Yeah, speaking of which, I should add a potential positive setup. Like I said earlier. Are those literally pigs? I'm trying so hard not to make a GTA joke right now. Just enjoy this music for a second while I type something up. That's right, I'm evil for killing all these pigs. Level 4 spell. I don't actually disagree, Dakota. I killed them. I slaughtered them like animals.
Were killed by a dragon.
What? Where's that coming from?
So, to the Empire, the goddess will be there.
Okay. A man whose parents were murdered by a dragon. A dragon who feels nothing but contempt for mankind. A chasm of distrust between them. The two battle the Imperial army. Let's stay on her. She's better than the other option. So I got that. Reverse. Hard save. Actually. Because I suspect the game's still screwy. You like this song, right?
Time. Your parents were killed by an Empire dragon.
Really?
But you must not
Did
live
anybody tell
only
me?
for revenge.
I live only for revenge. Now kill the subhumans. Where am I? I'm in the wrong area. As you know, your father is very... Oh God, Maverick, you have no idea. You have no idea, Maverick. Come here, I need to level my weapon. There we go. That feels like an insult to Luca Blight, but, you know, whatever. Yes, we're now listening to the song that ends the world. Alright, let's start ignoring these, except for the targets.
Relentless shackles, let my crimson fire clean the scourge.
Actually, you know what, yeah. Aww. Okay, fine, whatever. Reminder, in order to level weapons, you need to kill trash. So I just want that to be very clear, if you want to do that legitimately. Which me and my friends did, because we're insane. That's insanity. Right there. Oh my gosh. I don't think this song is bugged. I think this is just how the song sounds. One. 7. Chapter 4, verse 7. I mean, I tried to earlier. Yeah, see, it's not letting me drag it.
Time, be merciful and end your killing days.
Oh, okay.
No, I can give no more sermons.
Wait, you can't? Does that mean killing's okay? Alright, so that's leveled. Honestly, let's go with Bonebreaker, I think, for spells. I've never even heard of that game, Dr. Winter, so if it's okay with you, I'll check it in a minute. I'd kind of like to at least get through this mission before the lunch break.
Damn you! Must we spend all our strength fighting common troops?
Wait, hang on. I was told killing is evil by you 700 times. I shouldn't exaggerate it. It diminishes the point. At least over a dozen times by now. She specifically has chastised me for being evil. But you don't get to do that. And then be like, and now we must only kill those who are worth our time. Or unless she's just being racist as well, in which case there's just more subhuman stuff going on. Thank you for the bits regardless, Dr. Winter. I'll look into it in a minute. Yeah, I've never heard of that game. Probably no. I'm just gonna go and be open about that. PS1 games are irritating to get a hold of. What I love is, like, there's actually an options menu where you can change the volume of the music, but near as I can tell, you can only access it from the beginning of the game.
They're attacking the village.
So, they were to be living sacrifices for the Empire. Just as your parents were.
That's right. We must get more sacrifices. Okay, real talk for a second. So, Mum just texted me. And so I'm texting her back, right? And by texting, I mean talking into my phone and letting it do voice to text, right? So, you know, I'm answering her, and she asks, like she usually does, you know, she likes to ask what games am I streaming at any given point in time, right? So I say, well, I'm streaming Drakengard. But because, of course, it doesn't know how to deal with Drakengard, it now thinks I'm streaming a game called Dragon Garden. And, you know, honestly, I think I'm going to send that message and just let her think I'm playing Dragon Garden. I think I'm okay with that. So, Glaive is now level 4. Alright. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to see a cutscene. Dude, I'd play that.
Let me read its mind. The goddess, the empire, a fortress. A fortress? Where? Where under heaven?
For the record, I agree with you, Crimson King. There is some actual potential to a game like this. We know this because we've seen later games in this franchise.
Terry's death cry. Then the 3 seals have been broken.
Off camera, again.
Only 1 seal still remains. That is the goddess herself. Are we too late? We must fly to the lands of the Empire, and then find the fortress.
Yeah, I'd be fine with Bayonetta. I'd prefer Bayonetta 2, because it's a better game. Okay. I was gonna say, if it's... Because getting those digitally is going away, and getting those physically is getting expensive. That's why I was like, this is probably gonna be a no. I just want to be overt and honest about that. Can I not? I can't back out. Okay. You like this music, right? Tell me you like this music. Tell me! Abandonware is case by case. That's the laws on abandonware. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do, turn off the music. Just for a bit. We'll turn it on for later. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh yeah, that's just rebinding. Don't actually care about that. Yeah, the majority of abandonware is fine, but I still say case by case because there are exceptions. All right, so let's just see. Wow. Negative to gameplay. 1 save slot. Wow. Anyways, let's see if that fixed it. Yeah, here we go. Verse 8. Chapter 4, verse 8. Skippable cutscenes. Oh, right, because there's no music playing. Like, where's the...
To reach the Empire's lands, it seems you must pass through this narrow gorge.
Oh my god, the atmosphere is completely different. Look at it. This is a PS2 game, yeah. Oh yeah, thank you, Savacom. I forgot that killing is bad. Yeah, I didn't even notice there were atmosphere sounds, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I forget that killing is bad all the time. I need those reminders. Yeah, this is actually kind of better. And I'm not actually joking. Yeah, you got the soldier sounds, and you got the wind of the snow, and you've got the as we're going through the snow. Yeah, this is bleak in like a decent way. But it can't get a positive for it because the only way to hear it is to turn the music off.
The Black Dragon is not here, but something else.
Yeah, no, the problem is there's still sound mixing things. The sound design isn't great.
But a race that can control stone itself lives in this valley.
But anyways, it is over lunchtime, so I just wanted to test that out. Let's go ahead and chop off for lunch. I will be back in about an hour for more of this.